how we're going. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Finding Truth TV podcast here on Unscripted Truth TV on YouTube. Today will be a fun one. Got a few different things to cover, sort of a wide range of things, but they all kind of play and lend into each other. Uh, I believe we're going to start with a bit about just our night sky, our what's truly going on up there. There's a lot of confusion, I think, and it's there's no clear thing. You don't go to school and learn what's going on right above your head, even in the daytime, let alone the nighttime. But you got funny characters like Elon Musk, heading up these agencies that tell you they're dropping 90 satellites on off of one rocket, and they're failing, and it's like, what does that even mean? Are these things falling back to earth? What's really going on? Are satellites even as prevalent as they say they are? What you know in our experience, we've seen a lot of things that are they're not, I wouldn't say they're unexplainable, they're just yet to be you know forthright explained by the agencies that rule over us up in the night sky. So we're going to lead in with some of that. Uh, then we're going to pick up a little bit on the bomb cyclone that ravaged the Pacific Northwest this past week. And I think we both have a couple takes on that. Of course, I wasn't as near the epicenter, if you will, here in Portland as you were up in Washington. But I think it's still interesting to go a lot over some of the reporting of it. And I'm not saying nothing happened or anything like that. It's just the reporting was almost what I saw was it. The only thing it reminded me of was 9/11. It was really
Yeah,
weird watching them. It's such a stupid little thing to compare it to, but at the same time, I'm like, these people are openly just lying. They're just lying and then just keep lying, and they're just acting and lying and acting and lying. And why are they doing this? Can't they just wait for the real thing if it is? It's like, it's so weird. But we'll cover some of that if you guys were unaware. That should lead into that will then lead into talking about the media and their coverage of this cyclone that hit. Um, will lead into some what you have to cover is some electronic harassment, gang stalking type of stuff. The ultimately the surveillance system that rules over us, through our smartphones and devices, and you know the Patriot Act. And speaking of 9/11, I didn't even mean to lead that in that well, but so and then from there, we're going to touch on some military bases, underground and not, I would assume, but I almost I almost put an asterisk there. I don't know where you could say there's a star fort or a military base that you could just know for certain it doesn't go underground. That doesn't even make sense to me. It's like, why wouldn't it go underground? It's almost guaranteed to. But because what's odd about these deep underground military bases, DUMBs as they're called, is they're considered a conspiracy theory, even though they are known to exist. And I can show you some of that in a little bit. You got places like the ADL uh, speaking up for them, and telling those conspiracy theories to stop messing with our sweet little dumbs. Stop saying we're trafficking things in there, and stop saying we're doing bad stuff down there. These are just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. We dumbs are just cool, sweet little places for our military. I can show you that. But yeah, without further ado, I'll kick it over to Austin to lead us off. That was a long intro. Sorry about that, bud. How you doing?
doing pretty well. Yeah, it's been an interesting week, I guess. Another interesting week. That was 11/19. We had the big cyclone bomb. It was interesting that night. I was driving around. I was Ubering around, and I was out like over towards Puyallup there. I was just looking north, driving around, and I noticed these what just appeared to be stars. They look like stars. then definitely obviously wasn't a plane, helicopter. I identified that immediately. I knew it wasn't that. Um, it looked, it looked like stars. I mean, like stars, a UFO maybe, but definitely a star, UFO, or something to that effect. I'm just like, what is that over there? What those look like stars? I'm like, and it was weird because there was like four or five kind of clustered together, and they were kind of like all around each other, and there's like one that was kind of way further away, and there's one that was like way ahead of the others, so it was kind of like weird watching them kind of move in my direction. um and I seen them, and I turned the corner, I looked again, and then they were gone. They completely vanished. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm like, what is going on here? Then I looked again, I turned the corner, bam, and they appeared again. And I was driving around, and then I was heading southbound from like Puyallup there, and um I was going up the hill, and they were following me. They were literally following me in my rearview mirror up the hill. It was really weird watching them. I just kept wondering. I'm like, is anyone else seeing this? Anyone else pointing this out, like in the sky? Like, and then it's like I got to where I was going. I was going to the steakhouse, and I arrived there, and this was before it was even dark. Like this was probably like an hour before it even got dark, so it wasn't even dark yet. There wasn't any stars out or nothing. It was just these weird, low flying, what looked to be stars, UFOs, whatever. But uh, I got out to where I was going. I tried pulling out my phone and recording them because the one was coming over the top of me at the time. So they were, coming after me in my direction. One was coming over the top, and then there was the other one that was coming up behind it. And I was trying to, pull out my phone and record them. And and I looked at it, it looked like a star, and like what stars typically do when you look at it. And then, like I said, it just disappeared again. They just disappeared completely. Um, I was looking up at this stuff, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. But I mean, I've seen, like low stars before where they're not, up in the sky. They're not, they're not, it's like they're in our atmosphere. They're low. They're like right above you. They're like maybe like 100 yards away. Um, and these are supposedly, stars, or what we're told stars are. And whatever you think of stars, it's crazy. uh I was watching the night sky, Friday. I came outside, the stars were super low. There's tons of them out. Yeah, stargazing like always. You look at it, and it'll start moving around, disappearing, flickering, dancing all over, spinning around. And same thing. Last night I go out, same thing. Stars were a bit further away. They weren't like uh, seemed to be as close and as bright, but they were further away. But same thing. I mean, all the stars I looked at did the same thing, like they always do. And you know, I don't know what to make of as a star from because like when I used to look out, from when I remember being a kid, the sky didn't look anything like it does now. I mean, I remember stars where they looked like they were far away, and I don't remember, you know, just locking eyes with it and watching it, do all kind of crazy stuff and disappear and move around. And it's it's so weird. I just and I don't, like, again, I don't know what this was the other night. It's like I said, I've seen low stars before, but this was kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a little different. The way they, and it wasn't even night, and it was just like, it wasn't even dark out, and there was just it was weird just watching this, just kind of wondering, does anyone else see this? Anyone else calling this out? Like, I just thought it was very strange. And like I said, I tried to, zoom in at my camera, and they just disappeared. They disappeared a couple times, and I've seen this stuff before, and to me, it seemed like more just like a star more than anything. I mean, it seemed like just a star, or what you would consider stars. Uh, is how it acted and behaved, but it was just really strange. Um, and like I said, if you stargaze, you go outside at night, you watch the sky. Um, this is the kind of stuff you see. You see the same exact stuff. So, and it's amazing how people don't are not talking about this. How this is under the radar. How this is being buried, being censored, or just there's not a peep about it, which is just blows my mind. And then people will say, "Oh no, it's just it's the Earth moving." It's no, because it's like if that was true, as soon as I looked at everything to be consistently moving together, and I'll be moving. If you just focus on it, you focus for like sometimes not even 30 seconds, maybe 30 seconds to a minute. That stuff will just start going crazy, and it knows you're looking at it. It knows you. It knows you're looking at it. It's like, so what even is a star? What even is stars? That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I mean, I share your exact sentiment, beings that maybe we are the special two, along with my family I've shown, that bore witness to this, I dare say, phenomenon, but I don't think it really should be. And we've discussed previously, like, you were just saying, how is this so? I've done research. I've tried to research what these things are, and you'll get the most generic results. And I'm not just a first page searcher. I don't like just search first page of Google. I don't trust like only Wikipedia or anything really mainstream. It's like, but it's just you can't find anybody like mentioning it. Like, oh, what is this weird thing? It's always like, what is this like weird thing that's obviously not what I'm talking about? Or you'll get these. I'll Google and it'll give you a generic answer. Oh, it's a satellite. That's it's like, well, what the hell is a satellite then? I'm not even okay. I won't even say you're wrong. It's not like I know exactly how satellites move and do these things, but are we all just like okay with what's going on up in the sky? If they are satellites, why are they moving like drones and why are they pulsing in and out of existence and why are they flashing sometimes like bright flashes and I understand that these things some of these things planes will do. I am not some like some dunce. I see planes. I literally see these things chase planes. I see them like get close to planes, like maybe not in their actual area, but maybe they're behind them. But this is something you'd have to witness and for yourself. But like Austin was saying, I for benefit of the doubt, uh, give it 5 minutes on a clear night, and just don't pinpoint anywhere in the sky. Really, just be kind of like from here to there. And a lot of the one of the best tricks is the sides of your eyes. If you don't know this, but human eyes, they have higher like less latency basically to pick up movement and stuff like that. That's like when you see something out of like it'll happen with like anything dark and black out of the corner of your eye. A spider, it's like whereas like a spider, you could be like a spider could be crawling behind my screen right now and I might not even notice it because it's just how your eyes focus. Anyway, well, biology lesson, but because it can strain your eyes just waiting for the stars to start moving, and it's not saying it takes that long, but it also, your eyes strain just like looking up straight up at the night. But uh, using the sides of your eyes is one of the best ways because you'll start to know ooh, I saw movement over there. Why is there movement? Oh, okay, it's a plane. And I saw movement over there. It's just but I mean these what Austin's talking about, I've noticed these things for quite some time now. These they're very reminiscent of what a star is, and there's been variation, but a lot of them look just like all the other stars around them. But sometimes I'll get some of them that will pulse, and some of them have literally flashed super bright white and either disappeared or kept going and flashed again. And I understand that planes have flashing lights on them. This is not a plane. This is something, first of all, what feels like a lot closer, and then on top of that, there's so much comparable evidence up there because there's planes flying over our heads all the time, which is another thing we should probably question because they're definitely not all passenger planes. But yeah, I completely agree. And I would implore everybody to go give it a shot on some clear nights. Not only could it be peaceful and good for you, you'll see something that'll hopefully, get your mind thinking about what the hell all this really is because that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I can't believe, more people don't call it out and don't see it, don't talk about it. It really is mind blowing. And that's just what I kind of think, was following me the other night, like just these stars, whatever we think of stars and whatever this is, whatever they are. I mean, um, it's crazy because it's just like you just think, well, what is anything? What is even going on? And I don't know. It's like lately, I just keep thinking more and more like I'm in a simulation, but I don't know. At this point, it's just like everything is just changing and getting weird. It's just like because like I said, I just don't remember that when I was a kid. That's the only thing. I don't remember when I was younger, but it's possible that when I was younger, it was happening. I wasn't just focusing on the stars hard enough, or I wasn't gazing at them hard enough. I don't know, but now it's just like, I don't know. It just seems like it's everything's just changed, and everything just used to seem so far away, and now it just seems like everything's just changing. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, it's weird how like what we think of as stars, or what the sun is a star. What is even a star at this point? I don't know. Like the moon. What is the moon? What is anything? That's just where I'm at. What's even going on? I mean, it's just crazy. And there's, like I said, I seen that UFO that time too, and um, I don't know, so many like paranormal kind of stuff, and there's just like the stars at night. You just wonder like what is going on, and what makes them do what they're doing, and how much they've changed. Because I always love looking at the stars. It's always something I love to do, and just look up and just see what's going on up there. But it's just, I don't know, it's just amazing. No one else seems to notice it, or point it out. And like I said, it's so weird how this happened on 11/19. 9/11 right there. So I don't know what that's. It happened the right before, either during the cyclone bomb, which is really weird. So I don't know if this was like connected, or it played a role with it or something, which I thought was really strange. Because I didn't even know anything was going on. It was just such a weird night, Tuesday night, because like I said, this happened, this was going on, and then um, I had heard, because I've been up to Seattle the week prior, and I'd heard too on the TV saying there was going to be a cyclone bomb, and I'm just like, there was going to be power outages and all this stuff, and they're just like saying wasn't even going to be that windy, like 40-mile-an-hour winds. I'm like, 40-mile-an-hour winds is a cyclone bomb, and the power is going out. I'm like, what? And I'm just like, and it was weird because Tuesday I didn't think anything of it. And then, uh, like I said, it wasn't even dark yet when the star things were coming at me, whatever that was. Uh, it wasn't even dark, and then about an hour or two later, it got dark, and then I had my radio on. I was driving around, and then I heard someone say the power went out in Seattle. The power's out. So I was like trying to figure out what's going on. I'm like, because the cyclone bomb that was supposedly hitting, which I'll tell you is a very interesting way to put it, because they basically show a hurricane hitting Washington. So
Mhm.
that's the craziest thing. They basically show a hurricane hitting Washington, and the craziest part about it is like I'm 40 miles south of there, and there was literally no wind here. There was nothing going on besides the weird thing in the sky, the stars, whatever. That so, like I said, I don't know if this was connected to that or what's going on here, but um, it's just weird. It's like this was happening right before or during that time. So, and like I said, I heard this happening. I'm just like, they're saying the power. So I was trying to like see what was going on. Um, and I was just trying YouTube and stuff, and I'm just like, look at the news. I'm like, what's even being reported? What's going on? Because it's completely fine here. I mean, there's no wind, there's nothing going on where I'm at, and you know, Seattle is 40 miles north. Like the power was out for the majority of people. I mean, like over 500,000 people were without power. Most of Seattle, there was other areas um, that were being hit and affected. Um, it was really weird. And like how I said, there was nothing going on where I was at. It was completely fine, no wind, no storm. And the other thing they kept making out of this too was a cyclone bomb. Generally, with that, you're talking like there's going to be a massive storm or something. Like there's going to be snow, or a hurricane, or really cold, or something really bad. Usually, when you're talking a cyclone bomb, so like a twister, So what are we? And then to not even have like basically anything happen, but this weird wind in like only a couple areas. It's obvious, this is just a weather weapon. It's just you know whatever they're using these weapons, and to just hit certain targets and make a massive ritual out of this is because there was, like I said, there was nothing going on where I was at. And then, like I said, the way they were drawing this up, um, and with the stars, whatever was happening at that time with that, and how that was coming over my area. Like I said, I don't know. That's just the weirdest thing too. But yeah, I didn't know any of this was even going on. I did hear it, like I said, when I was up in Seattle on the TV and stuff, but then I didn't hear nothing about it. Didn't know it was even going on. Then all of a sudden, I had the radio on. Oh, the power's out in Seattle. I'm like, what? And then I look at it, and then the power was out for a few days. Like I said, over 500,000 people,
Mhm.
basically the whole city of Seattle, other places. Um, and I heard too at one point they were saying there was Enum Club they said I don't know if they said somewhere like around 100-mile-an-hour winds somewhere, but they said Enum Claw had like 74, and they're kind of making a big deal about it. So go figure. But and that's where Casey Kane's from. Um, yeah, there was no basic, there was no snowstorm, there wasn't no big storm, there wasn't no nothing. I mean, it was nothing major at all, just this really strange event. Um, and it just did a lot of you know, like I said, trees down, there was um, you know, roads closed, basically just kind of just, things to just kind of barricade you in, basically, I guess, just kind of shut things down. I know a lot of the schools are shut down or have been shut down because the areas don't have any power. There's trees down, roads blocked. Um, so you can't really do anything. You're kind of locked down in a way. So it's just like a major inconvenience for these people. Um, yeah, and like I said, I mean, there was nothing going on here. Nothing even happened. So it was obvious this was just some kind of massive weapon aimed in certain places to just uh, you know, I mean, the videos they show you there wasn't even any wind and the power's going. Like, oh look, the power's out. The power's going out. I'm like, there's not even any wind. It's not even raining. There's nothing going on. What do you mean the power's just going out? I mean, it's just I don't know. This is a really it's really crazy. And of course, it happened 201 days after The Rock's birthday too. It have to have it on 11/19. This big 9/11 of a night. Yeah, it's
Oh,
crazy.
right. Oh yeah, I totally forgot he's 52. Jesus. Born May 2nd, he's 52.
Yep.
Flood, Pope and Leo, the god of, storms and flooding, all equal 52 in gematria.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point this week too, how Oregon and Flood, they both equal 25 and 52. Um, and Flood equaling Pope, with the 52-25, and then they call Oregon and Flood equals 25, like 2025, and how you brought up, our RIP city, Rip City is what they call Portland, Oregon, and that equals 44, like kill, sacrifice, 46. Um, and if Oregon floods, it'll be 19 years since the last major flood. Uh, 19-year cycle is the big 19, the big 9/11. The largest flood in recent years was in 1996 on February 9th.
29 years ago.
Yep.
Next year, next February, so next this upcoming February 5th will be the 29th year anniversary of the last largest flood to hit Oregon, and it was on February 9th, like I said. So 29 on the 29 years later. Uh, Anybody that knows Portland, they know that like the last major infrastructure done to to our city was for the Willamette River, called the Big Pipe Project. And in my opinion, certain things like that, when you read stories nationwide and these, you know, things that happen to cities, all a levee breaking or certain things like that, or a dam failing, it's almost you'd much prefer to not have these large infrastructure plans. Not that I think that they're like super interested on to just destroy their infrastructure, so much as like it gives them a like a potential reason for these things happening. And then out of the chaos they can rebuild. But if anybody who knows what's going on in Portland right now, downtown is a ghost town. Upwards of 80% of all buildings downtown are for lease or empty or derelict. Um, they need a reason to reset this city. And also, if you follow sports, you know, it's not like anyone's going to be high on the Blazers for a few more years. So it's like if ever they were going to, induce a tragedy for the city, you hear about these other cities where how these things happen. Ohio, and obviously you got Asheville got hit with the hurricane and everything, but business as usual for the state already. But yeah, like you were talking about, I did a quick research on it, and like you were saying, um, mentioned the last major flood in '96, and being on February 9th, and the date numerology from the from the Pope's birthday, from the next Pope's birthday on December 17th to the potential date of February 9th, the anniversary of our last major flood 29 years later, would
Mhm.
be 54 days like Jesuit order. And of course, you have Society of Jesus equals 56, and that date numerology equals 56, the February 9th. Um, so yeah, all these things in one way or another, these are rituals done for the ruling class. It might not always be directly for Pope Francis, but it is for his character that he's playing. Do I think he has any kind of real power? They say he's the pontificate. He is basically the incarnation of Jesus. It's just like, well, goddamn, man. Sorry, I probably shouldn't say it. But like, man, you sure picked a vessel to come back in. Oh my goodness. I'd hate to be that guy for even a second, let alone anyway. But yeah, it's just a little like you mentioned, Rip City equal 44, like Portland, the city where it's, made famous. And yeah, just from I don't need to be outside looking in. I grew up in the city and the surrounding area, and I would say something is almost necessary to be done. And we know that our controllers don't do things by going door to door and asking us if it's okay. So I could definitely see a flood, because generally that's what happens to Oregon in general. Like the major disasters we've had as a state have been floods. There's the Vanport flood was one that wiped out almost all of the infrastructure of a popular shipping hub, and even that's all basically, a lot of that has become Delta Park. And funnily enough, they have that's where like PIR is, and the International Raceway down there. Those things have, and this was a large flood that destroyed a lot of property, but out of the chaos, they rebuild and they repurpose. And from what I've noticed, a lot of these things have to do with erasing bits bits of history that don't fit their narrative. uh Whether you want to talk about like every major city having a great fire in their history, we're no exception. Portland had a great fire as well, where all the masonry and steel buildings burned down, all from a inconspicuous you know candle knocked over in a barn somewhere destroys a whole city. It's like, oh yeah, okay, sure. But yeah, it's something I don't want to sit here and make predictions or anything like that. It's more of a preparedness thing, because if they do plan on bringing something, it would only make sense. It's between winter and uh spring, where in Oregon we get a lot of rainfall, and I wouldn't be surprised for them to amp it, up the ante with like another potential storm. And with this with how they played this one with the news, hyping it up when literally there's nothing going on. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Is Austin sent me a clip, and then I watched one other clip that I just Googled, and both of them were doing the same thing. It's like, we're out on the street, like yelling, like it's like super loud and windy, but they're panning around and like there's trees just aren't even moving. It's not even raining. And they're just like, it's wild down here, guys. And we're getting reports on so much devastation. It's just like, what are you talking about? And they do report, and there are pictures of downed trees and everything like that, but I think that lends more into what you were saying about how targeted they can do these things. And you get the few deaths that they had, it was like a tree fell on a homeless camp. Hmm, interesting. It's you know I feel like just a few episodes ago, or not that long ago, we talked about all these people having to be swept up one way or another. And I think that's like that kind of like soft reveal that they love to do, which is like, oh, look, weather killed a homeless person. Now it's like, now your subconscious is tuned to, oh, the weather is going to kill homeless people. Well, I think you're going to hear a lot more about things like this, and the disappearing of, you know, a mass exodus of people. And you won't bat an eye, because you'll remember, oh, this just happens during seasons. Seasons just get rid of people on the streets, and it'll become normal before you know it. And what do you think about that?
I think you're 100% right. This whole thing to me, again, it's really weird, how, where they were hitting with the wind and the power outages and stuff. And, it's very strange how they, make this look. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on, but um, there's so much, to me, this is just the mockery. And just, to me, it wasn't even about, like the cyclone bomb, what they were, what you normally get, like I said, with a cyclone bomb, what you're thinking. That this, to me, this was just like a massive ritual for so many reasons. um them literally showing a hurricane coming at you in Washington, and then that's what you get out of it. But uh cyclone bomb, equals, 109 and 46, like sacrifice. 109, it happens on 11/9. um and then um the power outage equals 56 and 52.
Mm.
Flood 52, and then Pope 52, and all the 52s were just talking about 25. And so it's pretty interesting. um high wind equals 55, like Satan. High winds
Mm.
equals 56. um just the way they go about it. It's so weird how, um they said there was a lot of debris too. There was debris everywhere. Debris equal 42, like Austin, like Jesuit. There was tons of wind damage. Wind damage is like almost, it's got all the ritual numbers, the 45, the 54. Um, you got the 81. Wind damages equals if you write it with an S, it equals 46, like sacrifice. It's got the 62. Um, trees down equals 123, like conspiracy. 42, like Austin, Jesuit. 48, like Illuminati.
120 like Illuminati too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, to me, it's really what they were getting out of this. Um, and them doing it on, 11/9, 11/19, but the 9/11. Um, it just, there's a lot, I think, there. It's weird because, like you said, you brought up that Portland, idea and stuff too. And then are they choreographing for a ritual coming up here in 2025 or something? Especially with this being 201 days after, the Rock's birthday.
Mhm.
Uh, you know, um, and it's so weird too, like the way that the power was just going out. To me, was just, you know, them. I believe they were in some areas, maybe, if power lines were going down, then I'm thinking they were, or because in some areas they were showing like tons of devastation. Other areas there wasn't anything at all. But there was the power. See, I don't know what really happened here with this whole storm, like what really was going on. But because, like I said, I live like literally right there, and I didn't get nothing out of it. So, I can't say that I seen too much of anything. But um, it's one of these things where, now you're thinking, so what are they, what's coming next? What are they, like I said, are they scheming for the next their next move, their next uh, big event, or is it going to be, another one of these, um, like how it's showing how the power was just literally going out, the power is just out. And uh, in other areas there's tons of devastation. So it's like, you know are they getting ready? They might, like they said, this is going to be a cold and wet winter. So, you know, the next time you hear a cyclone bomb, you know, maybe now you hear a cyclone bomb, and now it's going to give you more reason to just think something crazy is going to happen, but you don't know what it's going to be. So now they're just going to throw this term out there, oh, cyclone bomb's coming, but really it's just going to be a massive ritual. But it's going to be whatever they want it to be. Um, I'm surprised more people aren't calling this out because, like I said, it did, inconvenience a lot of people. It closed schools and shut down a lot of people. People already having a hard time getting by as it is, and now you're basically locked down again because we got to have this bomb hit you and knock you out. So yeah, you wonder too, like, is this, if they do some, massive, storm too. Like I said, if you really want to cause a lot of chaos out here, you hit us with a massive storm, and then then there's going to be the mega quake, or then there's going to be, so then we're like iced in, we're frozen, we're stuck, and then bam, they hit you with that, or there's going to be this type of event where the power is going to be out, and then bam, they're going to hit you with something else. So I think this kind of was maybe like a litmus test too, to see where people are at with it. How much of this are you going to buy? What do you think of this? Do you even know what happened? Because like I said, I didn't even know what's going on until I heard the power was out. But I heard it before. But I'm like, well, why would the power? See, that's what I kept saying. I'm like, why is the power going to be out with like 40, 50 mile an hour winds? It's not even that bad. I mean, if it's like 100 mile an hour winds, well, 70 mile an hour winds, it's like, yeah, but like 40, 50, that's pretty high. But they're just saying, oh my God, a cyclone bomb. And the way they were drawing it up, and then, this is what you get out of it. Like I said, it's just, I think this might be an indication of the way things are going to go, down the line, because, you have to wonder, it's like, I think it was just kind of a litmus test in a lot of ways. I think people are like, well, what do you really think happened here? Because people that live around here, what are they thinking about it? What do people think about they got affected? So, and like I said, it's another way to attack people, kind of, the people that they targeted with this, people that supposedly died, um, however many people died. I know they showed trees landing on a lot of cars and stuff, and um, roads just kind of being covered up with trees and just debris everywhere. But because I know you didn't probably get anything down there in Portland either from this either. It's probably pretty calm, just like it was here, like it wasn't even happening.
It was definitely mostly calm, but, one day for sure, we did have, pretty intense it was literally, less than 10 minutes, and I just remember thinking like, "Damn." That was it was so sudden and so intense, but it lasted 10 minutes, and then, like, after that, it was, like, clear skies. I'm like, "Oh, what the hell?" But, it was, pretty like, the rain was going sideways and to the point where I was like, "Oh, is it actually doing something?" But no, I'm sure,
I had that too this week for like 10 minutes too at one point when I was driving around where we got really, it was the heaviest wind all week where it's just kind of blowing really hard for like 10 minutes. And I was out in that. I'm just like, is this what they're talking about? Is this the bomb? Is this it? And then it just like, and then it just went back to normal. I'm like, okay, I don't know. So
So I'm trying to look up who the does this one say it before I these assholes. Anyone cares to pay for your crap. What is the do you know what the main like power provider is for the Seattle area or maybe even your area? It might be the same.
yeah, it might be the same.
Like, is there it's like weird because it's talking about how they're refusing to give the outage numbers and I can't even find what the hell they're called. What are they called? PSE? Puget Sound Energy. Well, why I was curious of this is because it just screams like infrastructure reboot rather than, you know, slowly and monotonously go to each, power pole and get crews working on things and, have to have all that intense, why not just, you know, throw it into the turbo mode and get it all, give everybody a reason to say, "Oh yeah, we this infrastructure needs to be updated." It's only right that my tax dollars pay for this, rather than them just say, "Oh, we want to update this. We're just going to do it and tax you," which would be a tough sell. They have these things happen where it's you don't have a choice in the matter. Puget Sound Electric. Okay. It's just crazy. I didn't know that they were still without power for a week, almost a week.
Yeah, it took a
And that's
while.
very reminiscent of what happened to, uh, Oregon last year, Portland
Yeah.
last year. And that's, it's that same thing. It's like, okay, this is somewhat reported, but look at these are all, Seattle, Seattle, Seattle. King 5 is the main Seattle. Okay, Yahoo, but it's like who the hell looks at Yahoo, Seattle, another Seattle-based one. These things happen and it's not like it was a big I won't say it's not a big deal. It was a big deal in Portland. We didn't have power for multiple weeks in some places that were literally not that far away from me. I felt like completely blessed or lucky or whatever that I was not very far away from people who, didn't have a refrigerator for almost 3 weeks and I was just like right up the road. And it's times like those where, community needs to be at its best. And maybe, I didn't, looking back, I didn't really have that sense of like going and either investigating or, offering a hand in any of that, which maybe I should, have a better knee jerk reaction to do so, something that's helpful to or towards other people. But looking back, we're, hindsight, um, yeah, it just, the news doesn't really get out. It's like it's a news story initially, and then it's out of the cycle. Like we mentioned Asheville and stuff. It's like you guys think that that stuff is over? You think that just happens, and that what do you think the town's already like halfway rebuilt? No, everybody's still absolutely effed. They're screwed. Everybody. What do you? Where are those people going to go? What's happening? And we talk about the onus of government right now to be cleaning up the streets. Well, they just created a homeless crisis. How are they going to deal with those people? Is it going to be any different than what they've done to all the other homeless people who are, out here, you know, in a war for their next fix? Are they going to be viewed any differently by the ruling class that just sees you as a statistic. No, you're going to be, your house got swept away. You're now living in an RV or a tent on your property. That's not your property anymore. That's not what the title agreed upon. So, you know, I heard from Amy earlier in a stream. She mentioned crack their code, Amy at cracktheircode.com. Um, mentioned how, yeah, it's there's this new crisis going on. It's like you have, it's just been one thing after another. The hurricane hits. Okay, that was really, really bad. Oh, what's the next headline? Bees attacking, swarming bees attacking the survivors. It's like, okay, I did laugh and I am laughing now, but it's more just because of the silliness of it. I'm not saying it's not real or anything like that, but it's just like, think about that. And it's just, oh, it's almost like, about the quarries and the courts and the United States Geological Survey that had just finished up for that area, and all of a sudden it floods, and the railroads buying up all the land that's considered unused. How many people are not going to make it back to you know get their land? Yeah, and then what about the bureaucracy, the people that are right there that are just like, no, this is my land, it's my. Well, the government has a different opinion, and the government can do something about their opinion, whereas you can just plead. So that's, without a sense of community, without a standing army, almost, we're sitting ducks in times like these for the outside world to never really know what happens. And the case of Portland obviously wasn't as big as what's going on in Asheville, but it's a case study. It's a small scale of what they do, because you have how are you going to feel as an average person in America going 3 weeks without power? Is that just going to be an easy transition for you? Is your job just going to say, oh no, you're fine, you don't have to do anything, and we're just going to keep paying you? No. Is food just going to magically appear in your hands? No. Are your kids going to be magically taken care of? No. Is school just going to be magic? All these different things that people got to worry about. They're the, on top of the fact that you guys need to rebuild. And it's so these things, yeah, it's just, to me, it screams infrastructure reset, like small scale resets. That's how I see them doing this. That's how I've always seen them do it. It's their MO. And once you see their calling card the first 50 times, it's real easy to spot.
Yeah, and it's obvious, like we said, these are just, sophisticated, direct target areas with these weapons, whatever and however they want to do it, and some areas they probably were just turning up the power. I think it was a very multifaceted ritual, what just took place. But you're exactly right, and that's a great point, because the infrastructure reset, and how shitty and old and ugly our infrastructure and the power lines and the power is, here, and it's the way the setup for it all, and uh, and all the people too, like I said, that got inconvenience from this. um, People, you know struggling, like I said, to make it. Money's tight now, you're out of work for week or so, kids out of school for a week or so, because you can't even get to the school. So um it's, and then, like I said, all the people that were affected, over 500,000 people without power. So they couldn't work, they'd lost money, and could have lost their job, or who knows what happened during all that time. But yeah, it's a great way to just give people another edge, mess people up, knock them off their level. And this is what they do, and this is and like I say too, if we don't stop the spraying, if we don't stop the spraying and the weather warfare, then nothing's gonna change. It ain't gonna matter, because like I said, we keep bringing up the weather warfare, how this is like the biggest thing moving forward, and I think, like I said, this was another massive litmus test of that. Um, and with with this, and how multifaceted this was. Um, and you brought up a great point too with Amy as well. I heard that too in the stream where she was talking about that. All the places there, and um, out by her, there that have these things going on, and that's not even being reported on the TV, and that they're not even talking about it. It's being swept under the rug. So, this is kind of one of those things that may seem minor, may seem major, wherever you take it, but they were ramping this one up. Meanwhile, stuff out, and you know Amy's neck of the woods is swamped and stuff. So and it's not even being reported, like I said. So you do have this conflict of information. Um, but like I said too, the weather warfare, and the spraying, because obviously they poison us with the barium, the strontium, aluminum, um, killing us that way. So I think the biggest thing, like I said, is we have to somehow get the spraying to stop, and we have to get them to stop. With the weather warfare, and you know this is just going to have to be something that's just going to have to be done, just for us to be able to keep. I think or to have a kind of a comeback at these people. It's going to have to be done in increments. It's going to have to be done in small pockets at a time, and somehow we just got to get people to look up and just look up at the sky and look up at the stars, and see what's really going on, because something like this that just happened here. This needs to be, and I know this happened in other places too, because I've seen stuff like this before, where you see all this damage, and but then there really didn't look like there was anything at all. So this, I think, was just you know for people that knew about it or heard about it, and then, like I said, people that were watching the videos, it's like, well, can't you see it's not even raining, there's nothing going on, it's not even snowing, there's and the power is just literally going out, it's just going off. It's like, you can't see this is some kind of a rig setup. I mean, that's just what I get from just watching the news, supposed news of this whole thing.
Yeah, and like you said, it's just we got to get people to look up. It's like there's several ways you can take that. It's like do your own research and also look, crane your neck upwards and look up there, because everybody's you know 33rd vertebra is permanently crooked from looking down at their phone all day and looking for that next hit of dopamine or validation or just perusing not the void of nothingness when there's things happening all around you. um you know we're talking about the states here, but well, sticking with the states, it's it's to me it's clear. If you guys haven't opened your eyes in your own cities, I do quite a bit of research on kind of what we're talking about, infrastructure, and it's clear that America, it's like it's kind of like almost a meme because you hear it now, but I've been noticing it for a long time that there was a way that things used to be, and I was just right on the cusp of it. I was probably born, you know, 20 years from a potential like heyday. And then of course it would have been better, even better before, but cities go through resets. These things are common when you look them up. Not there's a great resets that they do, and there's these small, like, you know, there's like the turn the computer off and wait 20 minutes and then turn it back on, and then there's like hold the reset button. Those like hold the reset button ones happen, relatively often, and and they show up in a variety of ways. Um, as for Portland, like I mentioned, the Vanport flood was a large reset for a large swath of Portland, and then also it changed, you know, a lot of the. It not only changed like the topography of the area, but it changed like legislation on like like moving forward. Maybe not legislation, but like can't think of the word, but it changed things moving forward. And that's what you know is what you need to know is that the plans for the change are there well in advance. And the how what what game they end up choosing to play. It's kind of like Cabin in the Woods if you haven't seen that. But you have the it's like a little video game for them. It's like how things are going to go about the change, that you don't know what's going to hit. We can try to, predict it, and there might be some there not might be they're guaranteed some calling cards as to what they're going to do, and there's ways to like see it beforehand. But that's not the real crux of it. The real crux is that these people have the levers, and they have they have access to the buttons and the that cause real devastation and harm on us, and we walk around without batting an eye, and we just keep accepting their technology and keep accepting their rules and keep accepting their laws, really. And you it's just disappointing. You would think by now humanity, as a large enough collective, like in my opinion, I look at the average guy walking around bumping into things, which used to be me. And this isn't like a superiority thing. It's just like, when are you going to be closer to me? Not like better. I just mean like, when are you going to not just keep thinking everything is just exactly as it should be? There's no way. It's like, it has to be. It's not only cognitive dissonance, it's like denial. It's denial at some level. There's no way that you have not like taken in information that goes against the modern narrative at multiple times in your life. Why do you keep denying it? What skin in the game do you have to keep holding up these systems of government that do nothing but use you as cattle and use you as a cash crop and energy harvesting and labor, and I'll add it, free labor, slavery, because what are you getting paid with? The thing that they control, that they keep taking the value from and they keep telling you isn't worth anything? That's what they're paying you to do. Okay. Okay. Well, good luck. This next spring, when you need your lawn mowed and you want to pay somebody to do it, just go to your nice desk, get some paper out and make your own money and tell them, here, I'll pay you in this money, and this money equals this much money to me, and just see how they're like, no one's going to go for that. So why do we? All they do is depreciate this fake fiat currency. All they do is laugh in our face about it. All you have the Dogecoin jumping up, a stupid little meme of a albeit cute little puppy, but we're talking about world currency. Why is a little puppy that's a meme the face? Is anyone thinking clearly? Is anybody even awake at all at the wheel? Why are these things the top level of like elite realness in people's lives? You have people putting their life savings into these investments with a little dog face. It's like, this isn't Grand Theft Auto. Like, this is, you're really doing this stuff. You're really holding up these systems, and then, oh yeah, don't mind the new government, um the new cabinet or government or whatever it's going to be, the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, with Elon Musk, the guy who's been a proprietor of, pushing the with on his platforms, pushing the Dogecoin, him and Trump and these alternative money people have been, propping up all these things. Oh, but yeah, he's just going to be the co whatever leader or whatever it is, presidents of government efficiency. Him and Vivek Ramaswamy, the guy who made his fortune off pharmaceuticals. Oh, that doesn't ring a bell at all, does it? Yeah, Trump's not about pharmaceuticals at all, is he? Probably not. No, we probably didn't have any kind of pandemic during his tenure last time. We probably didn't do that. He probably didn't like get all of the top pharmaceutical companies, or to all work together on a common goal of getting us all pumped full of crazy chemicals and you know uh, swabs stuck into our brain, voluntarily. He probably had nothing to do with that, right? No, he didn't. He's not. He did. He has no skin in the game with pharmaceuticals, and just the whole. It's all such a joke. It's it's really is. It's the political theater is. I don't understand how there are people with more life experience, wisdom, in many other ways, intelligence, everything than me, but can't see the obvious. It's it's almost like you're just screaming at a brick wall. Like, is anybody gonna notice the thing that is right in front of your face? This stuff has been fake your entire life and mine. It just once you see it, you can't unsee it. You don't just get to plug back into the matrix. You have to stay like that's what the way I take it. I don't think there's a lot of people that are like redeemable and that, oh, I didn't know. I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. I think we're dealing with a lot of people that know and pretend not to know to keep the status quo in their own lives. And, this it's pride. In my opinion, it's pride. They want to maintain their status. And even if they don't have any real status in society, it's like still they think that they deem themselves higher status than a potentially a conspiracy theorist. You'll have these nobodies in their basements typing away or getting on live streams that have no business having their peace of mind out in the ether at all, yet they feel so vindicated to tell someone like me or you or the circles we hang out in that we're wrong. Yeah, it's like the information we get is all wrong, but the slop they're fed from CNN and Fox every day is the right information because CNN and Fox just love us, and they with no reason to get up and love us, they just get up and they love us so much. You know, the military just gets up and they just love us. All the top military guys, they just wake up and they just look at a picture of America and they have another picture here of like a school with a bunch of kids smiling and it's just they're just so happy and they're just ready to serve us and be there for us. Where's the anecdotal evidence of that? It does not exist. These people have no need or want to to look after us or treat us as if we're they're our parents and they owe it to us. They don't owe us a damn thing, and the fact that we think they owe us a damn thing is what's keeping this shit up. It needs to stop. We need to stop looking at these people as any authority at all, but especially not like a nurturing authority, like they owe us some sort of protection or safety or anything like that. The minute you take your own safety out of your hands, you're as good as dead. Who's going to argue when you die? If you're relying on somebody else to come and save you, how can you have that mindset? It's just it's wild. It's just so I know I tangent a lot. My bad.
No, you're right on the money. You have to fake it to make it. It's like we are saying in the last episode. We're talking about the digital currencies. We're talking about the transhumanism and stuff, and just where people are at with that, and how they're you know accepting it, and you know uh making it into what it's become. And then it is frustrating watching it because you have the way they go about everything with people. It's just the how people in America, they'll talk down to China. Oh, China sucks, China ain't got nothing. It's like, well, China has everything. Have you ever researched China? It's like, to even know it's there, it's like people don't even know their world history. They don't know anything. They want to make these claims. They want to make these pushes. They want to make these decisions that they don't know nothing about nothing. uh, you know, and in the last episode too, we are talking about the Great Wall of China. I forgot to mention too, the wall is poisonous too. It's made of arsenic,
Mm,
so so not only is it, one of the wonders of the world and the heaviest thing that we know of that's ever been built by man, and the longest thing that's supposedly been built by man, if you believe that. And it goes on for over halfway around the world. 13,000
13,000
miles.
miles.
Yeah. And too, they said it might even been longer at one point too. There might be more of it, like 30% of it could be missing. So maybe it was even longer. I mean, who knows? But yeah, and then like I said, to detail it perfectly, and take the time to write all the stuff in the bricks and make all that, and and then at the same time, to have that much arsenic, that much poison to put into that as well, like the insanity levels. It's insane to think about. It's just like too. What you talk about, like the Vatican and stuff. What's even there. What's you know what is in all these other places. Arsenic is interesting too. It's got the 69, the 33, the 120, the 48. It's got a
Mm,
lot of Illuminati in it. It's got the
yeah, it does.
33. And to think that's what went into the wall, like a poisonous wall. Um, Vatican equals 70, 25, 119, and 47. Um, Big 119, the big 47.
47, like authority, government, all of those major. I mean, the list is insane. There's really no denying the 47 list. The 201 list is poignant. The 47 list is really poignant. I'm not going to list it all out here, but maybe one day we should at least like kind of immortalize the list, and we can always add to it when we find things about it. But that way we can easily pop it up and show it, because it's words that they're all encompassed within the same idea of government authority. Authority equals 47, Vatican equals 47, where the ultimate authority of the world sits. You might not believe that if you're not Catholic, but they don't care even if the Catholic people don't believe that. Look at historically. The people that don't believe that, they're made to believe that one way or another. You know how many nations started Catholic? Probably only one. And the rest of them were made to be. So before you go and sit there and say, like, oh, the authority, they're only, authority to Catholics. Okay, well, just wait until Mama Maria is right outside your front door.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's just like I said. People just don't know the world. They don't know what's going on. They just don't see it. They don't get it. But um, I was talking about the wonders of the world, things that are all over the world. Geography in the last uh, episode and stuff, and um, obviously even like Mount Everest. The highest mountain in the world is in China and in Nepal. They're on the border and stuff, and all the things in China, and how it has some of the most ancient, best built buildings and structures in the world, and most ancient stuff, and uh, how so many things come from there, and how many things China has, from uh, the biggest mountains in the world. You got you know Mount Everest, like I said, tigers. You got all kind of things out there. It's just such an interesting place. The geography, everything in the world, and uh, and how just the way everything is. Mount Everest is interesting because it's 29,000 feet. Um, 29. That big special number that just keeps coming over and over again. Um, and just like the way the uh, countries are out there. China's being this bigger country, or Russia and stuff. So much land out there. Um, and then you have so much world geography, so many things all over the world that are just really interesting, and uh, interesting things to look at and think about. And like I said, China is one of my maybe my favorite country, one of my favorite countries to look into and look at. There's so much out there, so much in Asia, and Asia's such an amazing continent for so many reasons.
Oh yeah,
Um, I mean, it's mind blowing what's in Asia and what's how big it is. It's our biggest continent and all the stuff that's there. And um,
every corner is a time sink. It's a rabbit hole. Every single place in Asia, and then the history of it, and even the recent history of some of the Stan action that's going on over there, all the Stan countries and how their recent history, and obviously Russia and China being the biggest, things to look into that. But it's like, even if you just take the face value stuff, that's a never ending gift. And then you start looking, tearing away the layers, and it's just like, okay, crap. It's like these people, this continent has access to the Siberia and the upper reaches of our realm. And funnily enough, it's still not common knowledge what's going on up there, even though you got a whole continent of people right below it. But yeah, and the mystery is pretty much never ending. I'm right there with you. I didn't know that they had three. Damn, they got like six enormous mountains.
yeah,
Like, I forgot K2 was also in there. Like, these are the only two I knew about. I didn't know about this one, which is like barely smaller than K2. And then they got Makalu, Zijambagma, Chooyu. I'm sorry I'm saying these perfectly. Broad Peak. No, I'm just kidding. Broad Peak. So, I mean, yeah, this they're rich. I didn't know, like, I knew from looking at Google Earth, but I guess I didn't know like all the elevations and stuff. That's pretty wild. I don't know if everybody like thinks about that when they think of China.
yeah, it's amazing what's like I said in Asia and in China. There's so much there on that side of the world out there. Um, there's so many things like people don't even like I said. The Great Wall of China. It's one of the biggest things people think when I think of China. It's their biggest thing. You know, um, like their biggest monument overall. And here they even got Mount Everest. So that just shows you like how powerful China is, how much important things are there, and geography wise, and like I said, they got tigers and grizzly bears, all kind of things out there. It's crazy. Uh, there's so much different terrain. There's mountains and deserts and all kind of things China has. Um, it's interesting too. You think of too. It's so weird too when you look at geography. You look at like where things look, where they are. It's weird how like Alaska and Russia too, how close they are. Um, they're so like when that freezes over, you can really walk from Alaska to Russia. In the wintertime. Um, Alaska actually has land that's in the eastern hemisphere. It's so it goes. It's actually the easternmost state. Um, yeah, it's the easternmost state in the United States because it goes to the eastern hemisphere. Little islands of Alaska, they branch off from the western to the eastern side, so they basically go right underneath Russia. Um, so it goes to show you how much land there is, how much land Alaska, and how much is out there. And um, Alaska's interesting too because Alaska has the largest. Well, it's like one of the largest rainforests in the world, or largest rainforest in the world up there. Uh, One of them a lot of people don't really know about. Alaska's such an interesting place. It's it has times where it's like in Fairbanks where it's completely like light time for like days on end, and then there's times where it's completely dark for days on end. And uh, it's such an interesting place up there, knowing you're basically on the other side of the world already too. You're right by Russia. You're right by the other side of the world. it's such an interesting place when you think about it and what's there. Obviously, harp is up there.
Mhm.
A lot of things up in Alaska. Sure, a lot of things we don't know about as well that are up there. It being such a uh, interesting location. Um, and two, like I was saying, the geography is so interesting. With the United States. Um, like all the highest mountains too, which is one thing I always thought was interesting. They're all like the same height too, in like the lower 48 states. You have from uh, California, Colorado, and Washington. Mount Rainier, Mount Whitney, and Mount Elbert um, being the highest mountain in each, and they're all around, or they're all within like 90 feet of each other from uh,
Mm.
Mount Whitney in California to Mount Rainier in Washington. And then you have all the 14,000-foot mountains in California and that are in Colorado. Um, and I just think it's so interesting that all these mountains are basically the same exact size.
It says
Uh,
there's 67 of them.
yeah,
Wow. I think it's also interesting that the tallest, just this is obviously more just um, surface level, or it's probably just coincidence if you want to call it that, but just seeing how many of them are at 144, like 14,400 feet. Got that
yeah,
144 like Jesuit order in there. Just interesting. Not saying it's purposeful in any way, but I also wonder who's actually measuring these. What governments are actually giving us the. It's like, are we 93 million miles away from the sun?
right,
It's like, that's interesting because for a bunch of Saturn worshipers, it's interesting number to choose. Um, so I think that there is evidence of arbitrary numbers being assigned to things that couldn't possibly be you know necessarily calculated. Um, so I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that is what this is, but I do think it's the Jesuits took over this nation. Just to preface what I'm talking about, I'm not just saying, "Oh, the Jesuit order, oh, a number from the Jesuit order." It's like, no, that all of the systems of our government, they're all infiltrated, if you will. But Washington D.C. is literally a Jesuit stronghold. This isn't some like conspiracy theory. There's history on this stuff. Uh, Formerly Rome on the Potomac. The another place in the world where they said there were seven hills, and just similar to Rome, they like doing that. Just like religious sites, there'll be a lot of places that fit descriptions of religious sites that will be used in as like a new holy land. It's very indicative to what the Catholic Church and Jesuits did, um, coming over to America. And the history books, it's like, if any books need to be burned, it's any modern history book, that's for sure. But these books that have been the staple for what we've been taught our entire lives, these things are nothing but trash for the common person that doesn't understand that people were already here. Not Native Americans like you want to think about them, not just them, I should say. There was a plethora of people on this land. Guys, we did not build all the insane asylums from mud and just the pure American ingenuity. We didn't have Coors Light, you know, flowing through our veins back then. We didn't have quite the patriotism as we do now. So it was a little less possible to do that with horse and buggy and slopping around in the mud, building, you know, impossible mansions and compounds and churches and cathedrals and all the Capitol buildings, and we weren't that these things were here. It's even like part of some Native American cultures, like certain ones that you know lived near mounds or like large structures. They never claimed to build the mounds. That's a completely fabricated, completely fabricated. In fact, in almost every aspect of people living near these mounds, which is just mounds because they're covered with dirt. Do you go? I want you to do a quick experiment. Go put something out in your backyard and tell me how long it takes for just random earth to just pile up and make a mound. It does not happen. These things are covered, is what is going on all across the world, and that could actually lead into another. For anybody that wants to tangent off, look at Capability Brown in the UK and in England. Just remember that's a name of a person, like that's already crazy. So like that conspiracy theorists are already chomping at the bit. But Capability Brown in London, and knowing his story, that'll give you a good idea. And maybe I'll get into some more of that eventually because it is a very interesting story. But needless to say, these things, the Native Americans never claimed to have built the mounds or anything else. In fact, they felt that they were haunted, you know, according to stories and everything like that. They treated them as kind of ritualistic places that you either stayed away from or you paid reverence to. They never said that they built them. Whatever is underneath of them, and the ones that were all broken into, they're finding bones of giants and there's structures underneath of them. They're not just some random ball of dirt. There's things underneath of them, and you look at the infrastructure of the United States, early United States, you have these compounds that go up all at key points in the United States, definitely not built by us. But we're told that Lewis and Clark traveled all the way, their shitty little trail all the way to where I live, right down in Oregon. Right, I'm in Portland, but right down in Oregon City is the big old wagon where they hitched it. They posted up, and this is where we made it, Lewis. We did it, Merriweather. Merriweather. Oh, I can't stand their names. Anyway, um, it's a big crock of shit. They weren't like traveling here fighting Native Americans the whole way and like barely surviving. And there would have been pit stop after pit stop for them to survive in. There were cities already here. There was infrastructure already here. Not to mention Spain was already here. France was already here. Who do you think we purchased Louisiana from? Which, by the way, was the whole middle America. You pair that with a story like Alaska, where we bought it for $7.2 million in 1867. 1867. We had the buying power and the democracy, the power of democracy was so strong in 1867. Does anyone understand what time that was according to the history books? This is like crap. It's garbage. It's barely post colonial. In fact, I would argue that a lot of the colonial times we were doing better things than we did even in the just after colonial times. But then, of course, we're told to believe in this particular 1870s to 1890s to the early 1900s, we were just cooking and just completely building complete cities out of nothing, just with pure American ingenuity that had never been seen before. And we were just copying places we had never seen. Everything's Greco-Roman because you escape the Catholic Church. You want to build churches just like they built. That just makes sense to me. I want to remember my captors all the time. I want to just constantly be, reminded of the place we're running from. But yeah, the Louisiana Purchase is a big fat lie that anybody that believes that that's just how things work. It's like either that. It's a to me it's a Pandora. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you believe that Alaska, we purchased it for 7.2 million chump change. Do you understand how big Alaska is? It's like a third of our country, according to you know what they tell us. It's strategically positioned right next to you know Canada, hugged up to Canada, a whole nother country. Uh, it's like the northernmost most point before, uh, I believe Antarctica. I think it's the highest. I think technically Alaska reaches closer to what they say is the like, the point there. If you were like, on a globe, how the things that hold the globe, whatever they call those things, like the point of our axis, sorry, our northernmost axis. I think it is actually technically closer than Russia is. I might be wrong on that. I actually might be wrong on that, but it's, in the United States for sure, obviously. So to think that they would just give it away, they just here you go. Oh, France
Yeah.
is just like, oh, you guys want like the whole middle of this insane land that is just the most rife with opportunity and spoils and resources. Oh yeah, here, take it. We're just we just stupid. We don't know what we do. We go back to we go back. You can have this. Like, why would France is a superpower? Why would they just give us the whole middle of a country they own? Is anybody and is France not in control of the middle of it's like, I'm sorry, whenever I hear people talk from Louisiana, I'm like, who the hell are you? What is going on there? You're in another country in a country. It's, and not to say that we have like some. I think that's actually what's so cool about the U.S. for what it is you go to Minnesota and you got like this weird like almost Swedish dialect, and then you go to Louisiana and you got some weird slang, and then of course you go to like Chicago. I can't do everything. Then get the Bronx, It's just like it's like, what, where am I? What is going on? It's like you go to Asia, it's like cordoned off. It's like you're not going to find that much difference in the dialect of like all of the what's considered Asian side. It's like, yeah, obviously they have different languages. I'm not trying to like say they're all the same at all. But then you have the uh Slavic countries, and it's like, I'm sorry, I've been friends with lots of Russians, lots of Ukrainians. You tell me which one sound. You're not gonna find a lot of people arguing like, no, he's Ukrainian. If I walk by and I hear someone speaking Ukrainian and I guess that they're Russian, I would expect not to be slapped for my mistake. It's not that far off. They're almost identical. So, and then of course you got all the stands right there on the edge, and sorry, but they all speak around the same like dialects and stuff like that. But then you got America, it's just like take your pick. We all speak stupid English, but for the most part, but we all have these weird different. It harkens back to Babylon to me. In my opinion, I see this as like a slap in the face of our punishment from Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah. We were supposed to be separated and all speaking different languages, but here in America, we all speak English with different accents, and it's think of it what you will. I'm not any like religious fanatic or anything like that. I know that the people that rule over us, they go by a playbook that's very much so religious and very much so anti creator, because they are our creator. They are our ruler. So you can't have a supreme God and what's essentially Satan or Lucifer, whatever you want to, think of that. His role to play is our ruler over us. So anyway, long winded, but
Yeah, and like I was saying too, the geography, like it's isn't really what people think, especially a lot of the U.S. geography. Um, like the Colorado borders aren't even straight lines. A lot of people think Colorado is perfectly square rectangle. It's not. It doesn't even have um, perfect borders. And a lot of states are like that too. It's just a squiggly line or places where it changes. Um, a lot of people think that it's or they don't realize that certain areas aren't they're called different things. It's not even the borders and what they say something is isn't a lot of times even what it supposedly actually is, and it's weird. It's one of those things people don't really look at because Colorado and Wyoming are both supposedly like kind of perfect squares, and they're right next to each other in the Rocky Mountains there. But it's weird too. We have the longest, the border in the world, um, too, between two countries. The United States and Canada, and it goes for over 2,000 or over 5,000 miles total.
Also the largest sea border or on water border between the Great Lakes in Canada and us.
Yeah,
It's actually the largest in the world. No other countries have larger like um, maritime borders or whatever. Just a fun fact.
yeah, and it's interesting too. We were talking about the Great Lakes too before too, and that's interesting as well because 21 supposedly percent of the fresh water in the world is in the
Hmm.
Great Lakes. 21, like Austin, like Jesuit. It's weird how you know it's almost a quarter of the water in the whole world. You think almost a quarter of it, fresh water, is just right there. Um,
And then Florida being another large percentage too. So two places in the US. Oh, but we're just junk land and you know, there's nothing good over here.
yeah, and it's weird too because a lot of people don't realize too. 20% of the population lives in the western part of the United States, and 80% lives in the eastern part. Um, so it's pretty interesting when you think about it. Um, there's that many more times people in the eastern part compared to the western part. Um, it's a lot when you really think about it in terms of population, but that just shows you how the east, how cramped the east is. Um, the east doesn't have, there's people everywhere. There's not a lot of room. It's a lot tight. Then you go out west and there's open areas everywhere. Washington, every state you go is the states are bigger, and there's vast land. I mean, uh, every state out west, California has places, like I said, where you drive, you're driving forever. You don't even realize you're in California. It's like, wow,
Mhm.
it's like you're in the middle of nowhere. At least people live in California, but there's areas where you just go on forever. And, same thing with Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, um, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, Oregon, Washington. There's areas that you're just in the middle of absolutely nowhere. There's no one around. Um, it's like that so much too. Even in places like the Dakotas, and
Mhm. Of course.
even like Wisconsin, Minnesota, places like that. It's the whole middle of the country. It really opens up, but it's so weird to think you have that so much more people in the East and the West, and it's that divided. Um, it's crazy when you think about it. Um, and what's interesting too is the Mississippi River, one of the largest rivers in the world, um, over a million miles. And there was the New Madrid earthquake when it happened I think it was 1800s, might have been 1862, but can't remember what year that was, but it changed the direction of the Mississippi River, the direction it flows, and
Mhm.
it made it change its direction, um, which is pretty interesting when you think about it. Uh, you
That's
know, the,
really that's very interesting. Go ahead.
yeah, because that's something like I bring up the New Madrid quite a bit. I talk about it, but yeah, it changed the direction the Mississippi River flows when it happened when there was the big earthquake there in the 1800s. But yeah, the New Madrid, and it's supposedly like the biggest like fault line, I don't know, in the country or the world or something, but it's like supposedly the spot that no one really talks about or knows about, but it's supposedly like super, maybe not so much active or known about, but it's supposed to be like really powerful area right in the middle of the country there.
Yeah, I knew about the New Madrid fault line, and then you also have to ask yourself, right? Well, like I was just saying, Madrid, the capital of Spain. The Spaniards were over here naming stuff, and we didn't even think to rename it. What is it, like a dog from the? We didn't feel bad to like start calling it something else. But anyway, I mean, I guess I could look up the. I mean, we're talking about 1811. It was already called the New Madrid, so they were already doing seismic readings and tectonic geology or whatever you want to call it way before this, pre this, to know that this even existed. So it's quite interesting.
Yeah, the
I wasn't.
Mississippi River being such a big part of that.
I mean, the Mississippi is massive. I mean, what
Yeah,
on the scale of like biggest rivers in the world? Where is the Mississippi?
it's right up there.
Oh, okay. Second largest in North America. Oh, the Missouri River is larger, I guess. It might not. This doesn't say. This says longer, so it might not be like as large. But I mean, holy crap!
Yeah,
I mean, look at this. It's like you wonder why they owned the middle here. You wonder why they literally had. Oh, which by the way, there's all sorts of stuff about the Mississippi River being a key to the spice trade or to trade in America long before Christopher Columbus hopped on over here. So they say. I mean, look at this strategic from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up into Canada near the Great Lakes, which who knows what the, topography of the Great Lakes was, you know, back in the day, or maybe even at certain times of the year. They swell, and I think we're in a time where a lot of these things, a lot of, water is receding. I'm not saying it's like global warming and crap like that. I think it's receding back into the earth, and that the earth is not potentially built the way we think it's built. It's not all just like hot red stuff underneath of us, and I have a hard time believing in the model of how they say things work and what it truly is under our feet, especially when you realize that we are basically an island. Everywhere you look around, where all the land you walk on is almost practically an island. It's not like it truly, like they'll tell you that it all truly goes down, but if once you learn about aquifers and like springs and things like that, you find out that that's BS. Not to mention, more often than ever, you're getting uh like earth sinkholes. You're
yep,
getting massive sinkholes that uncover the fact that the ground, miles or a mile or more deep underground, it's water. It's lakes underground. It's not solid underneath. We're just standing and walking around on, little floating land island like islands. And, so anyway, there's I mean when you stop and look at like this, it's like I can only imagine. It's like you come in from the East Coast, you take the Ohio River, you can either go through the Missouri River all the way, almost all the way to um, Idaho, or you can go back to down like strategically. This river system is insane. It's like
yeah,
insane. Not every country has this. This is not like just a guaranteed thing for a country to have this, like, especially when I'm talking about a time when, it was all boat travel was, the ish back then. That's what they called it. Yeah, Chris. Anyway. Um, but yeah, I mean, this it was huge, especially even pre 1800s, when we're talking about like early, like 1500, 1400s, 1300s, when we're talking about the Moors, and best believe the Moors were in America. There's no doubt about it. You you don't have to spend that much time researching your own cities and towns before you start finding Moorish architecture or Moorish and more. The Moors and the Phoenicians and potentially Atlanteans. Uh, the way I perceive it is rather than stick them to a certain set of rules, it's more like they are just different people at different times. They are the boat faring, trading types of people. Predominantly original Islamic, which I don't know if you know about the two systems of Islam, the one we have today and the one that used to be predominant, which was a lot different. I don't think they function off of, they didn't used to function off of, it's kind of the same thing as like Christianity. You have this idea that religion used to be for man's benefit, and now it's obviously a control mechanism, and you'll have people argue that it always has been, like, from its inception, and that could be also be true. It's just as far as like the Moors, supposedly they went off of a more of a truer form of Islam that had people's best interests at heart. And not to knock people or anything like that, but I've had friends and tell me about what's going on in the Quran and what it's all about. And I have to do my due diligence and actually read it one of these days. But haven't heard a lot of good things. You hear a lot of like craziness about the stories in the Bible. Well, give the Quran a read. Oh man, it's like what the hell? And people are just like swooning over this book. It's like okay, but not to compare religions. I'm not a part of either one. I'm just from the outside looking in. It's little yikes to me. But yeah, I mean this country is truly like rich in geography, and stepping into our even recent past as far as the acquisition of the lands of America, and you'll start to see inconsistencies abound, and you don't have to go very far. That's the beauty of it. We're talking about China, and I am right there with you, dude. China is incredibly rich with all, you could spend years online researching it, let alone even going there. It's like where would you start? But
Right.
as far as America, I think we do, you know, it's the negative sentiment we have on this land is mental. It's not, it's like we should feel so lucky to have a potential to cause a revolution and use this as our base like of operations moving forward as a humanity. And I don't think that's too crazy. I think a lot of countries would agree to use America as if we were to like come together. And this is like just a weird thought, I guess, but that's the way I see it. Is I guess you could say North America, because who knows, but Canada's pretty crazy cold. They're a little too north of the equator. But sorry to
Yeah.
sidetrack you there. This picture's
Yeah,
pretty
you're right. There is a lot, in the United States. Interesting too. That there's so much dangerous weather in the Northwest. Right up the coast of Washington. There, over 2,000 ships are lost just in that area, just off the coast there. Going up to towards British Columbia there, and down by Oregon and Portland there off the west. Um, and I've said too in the last episode too and before, it's usually where the weather, comes from, or at least used to come from. When you watch the weather fronts come in, they come off of Washington, and then they go through the rest of the country. So you get your weather out of Washington. But um, now with them, manipulating the jet stream and messing that all up, you don't really seem to really get that anymore. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. The way the weather works off the coast of Washington. Like I said, over 2,000 ships have been lost just in that area, just from bad weather and stuff. It's such a weird, interesting location there. Uh, it's something a lot of people don't realize. They don't see it. It's kind of like how Maine is closer to Africa um, than even Florida is. And a lot of people think that Florida is closer, but it's really actually Maine, um,
Quite
which
a
is
quite a dichotomy there. It's like
yeah,
from Florida, you got a quick trip to the Bahamas where they claim to be African descendant, and then in Maine, you get like maybe the whitest version of people. It's up there. It's up there with the potential whitest people.
yeah. And another thing a lot of people don't realize too is America. We have in Kentucky the largest cave system in the whole world, the
Mhm.
Kentucky Mammoth Cave. Um,
Yeah, I've heard of that.
that's really interesting. It's the largest cave in the world, cave system in the world.
Oh, it's limestone based too. That's
Yep.
I'm just throwing that in my brain so I remember that because that shows up a lot in what they tell us limestone is, which is sediment from the ocean floor. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of stories to do with Mammoth Cave, even from the early settlement of America. I know that like I remember reading like old timey news articles from Mammoth Cave. Let's see if I can find one so I can not sound like a crazy person. Like I think potentially about them pulling artifacts out of it too.
Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of people don't even know about or talk about it, but it's the biggest thing, biggest cave system in the world, and it's right here in Kentucky, in the U.S. And people used to live in it too a long time ago.
Mammoth Cave mummy. That might have been what I saw the little news clipping about, like an old newspaper clipping. Lost John is based on a true story. What is this, like a movie or something? I don't know. That's just you can't even like follow this crap. I'll trust AI. What does AI say?
Yeah.
Hmm. But yeah, let's see if I can just maybe just pull up. Okay, yeah. See, yeah, definitely. I definitely remember seeing clippings about this. So, I mean, yeah, perfect, perfect example of this is Kentucky. It's like who the hell, other than fried chicken and for your fat
Yeah.
ass, who else thinks about Kentucky at all? Um, and they have a natural wonder of America, right? Right. I'm sure people who live in Kentucky know all about this, but that's what I mean. Like the nature of things is like these things stay local. These things don't really make it to the consciousness of the masses. And there's a lot of weird anomalies in any urban setting. But as Portland goes, I've done a little sleuthing myself around the Portland area, and we have we're known for our many buttes in the Portland area. These like large mountains and mountainous like hills that just jut out along otherwise just like almost perfect flat land, and that they'll tell you that along not in our not too distant past, before Portland was kind of dug out. They do mention that it was like mud. We were mud, and they dug us out. Especially, I'm talking more about Southeast Portland where I live. And but these buttes, they say they're obsidian, like lava flow. You know, they over millions of years bull crap about how these things have jutted out. But one in particular that's really right down the street from my house is Kelly Butte, and at a certain point in time in like the early 1900s or so, or 1940, it was during the Cold War or pre-Cold War, during the hysteria about it. they turned one into a bunker. And one of these days I'll have to present some of the stuff I found out about it, because and I think it's another good indication of a former civilization that lived here and built infrastructure, and we just came and poured pushed dirt up against it and grew trees and planted non-indigenous wild growth, that ivies and things like that that cover up these things. And um I think it's quite interesting. I'll have to write that down to kind of get my thoughts together on that for an episode at some point, because I do think that this is we can't do it. There's not only 50 states, but it's like I do know quite a lot of bit about a lot of different states, but it's impossible. And we're just going to be old and gray, still talking about like the middle of America. We haven't even gotten to the East Coast. We're still just, oh fuck, down there in Texas, there's still like 30 more things, and I gotta go get my medication. And fuck. So
Yeah.
it's impossible to cover it all, but I mean, and that's what a cool idea about it is, if we have a community that's willing to, put a slide together or put it, some sort of infographic together about these things, we should, that'd be a fun project that wouldn't necessarily be some like burden on of us at the end of the day. I do want to revolt in whatever way that that comes about. I'm there. But as far as just building a community, I think that would be a fun little project, is to get enough people in different parts of the country and potentially world that would be willing to share their geological phenomenon or their weird stories, like a mammoth cave, or you know I think that'd be interesting, because I have one that's right down the street that nobody on any day has ever thought of it the way I've thought about it, or researched it the way I've researched it, and see what I can clearly see of what it is. And yet I've barely told anybody but the people around me. So I'm right in that boat, to where I'm not doing enough to get these ideas out further, and I'm looking to change that.
That's like we were saying with the just right here in Washington State, we got our own little Stonehenge. So
Mm-hmm.
um,
Marysville, Stonehenge, yeah.
yeah, so yeah, there's stuff like this just everywhere. I know there's tons of cave systems too, towards like the top of Wisconsin. There, like up in Superior, Ashland, Bayfield, up there by the Great Lakes. There's tons of caves up there. Cave systems. People living, in the caves, and stuff. And there's so much. Every state has so many things you don't even realize, and some states just have a ton of things um, that you may or may not even knew about. Um, and there's so much land too. You drive around the most desolate places, the things that you see, it's amazing what's out there. You just wonder what even is it. I've been all the states out west, the Badlands. You go out
Hmm.
there, all the weird things you see. Um, South Dakota, kind of an interesting state. You got the 201 when you're taking I-90 east, um, or I-90 west. You're westbound you're going towards like Washington, say. You're coming out this way. There's like a 201. There's like a big red sign on the side of the highway um, that says 201. Um, and um, this is this weird sign. I've noticed it. It's a couple of years ago, and then there's the sign that says 201 miles to Rapid City, 201 to Sturgis, and then there's like another number on there. I forget what it is, but they have certain numbers, on the signs for reasons, the miles, distance,
Hmm.
everything is. Um, so it's interesting to see how they do that as well. Um, just like I said, how interesting it is once you get to the west. The Rocky Mountains. You have so many. Um, you have the high elevation. You have areas where like I said, it's really remote. People think there's like I said, it's just so less people. There's times you can just be driving forever and never see anybody. There's no cities. There's nothing, and there's all this vast open space. You see, you wonder, what's even out, and even places like Washington, because there's so much land. I mean, Washington's so diverse. People didn't realize, we got a desert right in the middle of the state. Ellensburg, you have the desert right there. You have the eastern side of the state. Um, then you go, basically into Idaho, the Rocky Mountains there. Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. Um, like I said, Washington, is the rainforest side. The western part, the rainforest. The central. You go to Seattle, and you're kind of like in the middle. It's not really, it rains, but it's not the rainforest. It's not, west of the Olympic Mountains, and you have the Cascade Range with Mount Rainier and all the Cascade Mountains, the Central Washington, the desert. Even Washington is such a diverse climate. People haven't been out here, haven't uh, driven across the country, been across the state. You realize how diverse just certain states are. Um, California is one of those states where it's just super diverse. I mean,
Mhm.
everything you're looking for. I mean, you basically kind of have that, Washington, Oregon element. You kind of still have some of the rainforest, but you have, you know, deserts. You got Death Valley.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, high and low deserts.
yep, high
Yeah,
elevation, low elevation,
I would
and
say,
Mount Whitney in Mount Whitney is super close to Death Valley. I mean, it's like 80
mhm.
miles. So yeah, it's like literally right there. So it's really interesting how close everything is, be it how far some things are. And like I said, there's areas of California where you're driving, it feels like you're driving in like North Dakota. It's just like, wow, where is everybody? It's just like, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that, um, geographically, I would, obviously California is a lot bigger. But I would say that, we kind of all three major West Coast states, which is it's very weird, because like I could go and count all the states on the East Coast, and it's like how many? It's like close to 20 all on the East Coast, yet there's 3 on the West Coast that make up the West Coast of the United States. It's, just
Yeah.
to give you a size of idea of scale. And it's not like people don't know this, but some actually I don't know. It's like, just like the same way I don't really know the actual geography of like UK and other places, like what the real world like dimensions and what we're talking about and borders and stuff like that. I don't know if the average person in the rest of the world understands like the weird system that we're under in America, and how it's this, like, what's the point? Like, why even have so many bordering states and different statehoods? And then, I guess they, historically they have their reasons, but you just looking at a map, it doesn't make initial sense why you have, the Northeast, like 10 states could fit into Oregon and Washington. You could fit like 10 plus states into just Oregon and Washington on the West Coast. And like you said, you have these vast expanses. And what I was going to say is that, I think we fulfill each state on the West Coast kind of fulfills almost the exact same, like, checking the boxes. We have rainforest in Oregon, Washington, and California. We have high desert in Oregon, Washington, and California. You have plains, a lot of like plains in Oregon, Washington, California. You have hill valleys in Oregon, Washington, and California. You have low desert in Oregon and Washington and California. It's very interesting. And then I don't know if you have done any research on California itself, but how it used to be considered an island on the old maps, and that you can basically tell because it's like all of the middle like curve of California. That So it's like you have the coast, and then you have like this middle curve where it's pretty obviously it's the lower parts of the state, and they say it used to be water there. That's why it's still so fertile in the middle of California along the whole like curve of it. Not on the edges of California. That's all desert and like high craggy hills and mountains and stuff. And on the coast, it's hot, sandy stuff like that. But let's see if I can. But we mentioned China and their biggest dam in the world, or their quite impressive dam. Well, do you know how many dams have been built since what they'll tell us is like early 1800s in the West Coast? It's been like one of the biggest. If we talk about infrastructure in America, I would say it might be the biggest job so far done in America from like the earliest point to now is the water systems on the West Coast for California. And when you realize what the you know the potential, like what it means for them to be holding back that much water, because that's what dams are, and diverting that much water, well, it kind of pays credence to California Island. Don't do this, Google. You know what I'm talking about. There we
It's like
go.
the Hoover Dam.
This is what they say it used to look like. And, you could basically follow this line and dam, 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 dam. Modern time dams. These are dams that still exist to this day, and diverted and culverted and water that's, and as we know it, California is all dry land all the way up to here. It's like the basically Southern Oregon would have like reached the ocean, if you could think about that. Like that's a strange idea, right? Because nowadays we just drive straight through and it's just desert. If people don't know that, Southern Oregon that's where our like low desert is. Well, actually, I think it's a mix of low and high desert, but because Northern California is like high desert, and then they have also rainforest once you go in a little bit further. I say a little bit, but it really is a humongous state. It's absolutely ginormous. The idea of like driving to Los Angeles, it might just seem like, oh, from like Portland, even just like, oh, just go, just start driving. It's pretty easy. Infrastructure wise, you're basically traveling along one or two highways max if you were to, really math it out. But it would, just the sheer miles you'd be driving, it really is like it's insane. And then you got people doing the, coast to coast. That is a wild car ride. And, Zach did that. And I every once in a while I still think about it. I was like, God, man, I don't know. I don't even mind driving, but I don't know, man. It's like as much as I'd want to see all the other states and everything, just driving through them, I'd probably just be pissed off. Do you ever feel that feeling like when you get back from somewhere, you've gone to Wisconsin and everything, and so vice versa, when you go to Wisconsin or when you come back or come to Washington from Wisconsin, do you ever get that feeling of just like it's just like shit? It's like, instead of being excited for like the new places and stuff like that, it's like all you have to do is visit a place one time, and that wonder wears off. And once it's just everywhere is just like the crumbling roads and the crappy green signs and the annoying, traffic and highway. I don't know. That's just a little side piece. It's just like when I went to California, I thought I was going to be kind of like amazed by things, even if it's just like mundane things. Like I would find it cooler to drive in California. No, it's trash. Everything's trash like that. Anyway, just a thought. I couldn't really word it very well. It didn't sound like I was very poignant with my thought there, but I have an idea in my head, and it's just hard to speak it into existence what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, the longest drive for me in the country feels like when I'm driving, up by like Mount Whitney there. And like I said, in California, when I'm driving from like Death Valley, out that way when I'm heading out to that part of the state, and just like in that area, I mean, it just feels like you're driving forever. Like you don't realize how much land, how long California is, how many miles it is. Yeah, it's like you said, you're coming down there. It's like, oh, LA, it's not too far. And you realize it's how far it really is. And you're just like, wow, it's such a long ways. Because the farthest I really have ever gone, um, has been, like I said, from Wisconsin to Washington. I was down in Florida once in 2005, in like March. So that was almost 20 years ago now. Um, that was the only time I've ever been. That's the most farthest east I've ever been. That's the farthest south I've ever been. It's the only time I've ever been in really that direction of the country. I used to go to Minnesota, Iowa, um, cross over the Mississippi there, Dubuque, go down to Illinois. Those are pretty much the directions I always went. A little bit up in the UP, but I never was to the other side of Michigan. I've never been over there. Been up in the UP a little bit, but other than that, I haven't really been anywhere else. Just mainly, and I'd never even been through like North Dakota. I've always went through South Dakota. Um, yeah, the big Mackinac Bridge up there.
Kind of curious. I kind of want to Google Earth it, but I don't want to tangent too far. I'll do that in my own time.
Yeah, I've
I don't
never even
know if
been over it.
I don't know if I've looked at the Great Lakes in that kind of detail actually, or Michigan itself. All the, I mean, it's insane. It's like you have whole entire countries that don't have a body of water as big as just the one that's just chilling right here next to two other ones. It's yeah, the way I see these are small seas. I think they're smaller seas. I think there
Yeah,
are legitimately smaller seas than the Great Lakes. So
yeah, Lake Superior up there. That's like one of the coldest, most brutal areas of the whole uh, country, right there. Get the winds out of Canada up there, by Ashland, Wisconsin, Bayfield, Superior up there. And you're basically right up to Canada already, the Minnesota, and
mhm.
yeah, I used to head up that way before. I've been up in that area.
Very interesting. Yeah, I'll have to do a little dive into Michigan. I don't know if it's one of those. There's so many states that are so like when you look at them, you're like, oh yeah, I know so much about that state, but it's just there's so much to know.
I know that's
And
what I always thought when was living in Wisconsin. I'm like, wow, I'm so close to New York. I mean, I'm like, God, it's the biggest city in the whole country. I'm so close to that. And I'm in the middle of nowhere. It's like it's so weird. It's like,
well, and New York City, of course, a large hub of population and everything like that. But New York as a whole is pretty massive for East Coast. I think it maybe the biggest state on the East Coast. Um, and it is quite large. But what in my research I found it's mostly you're not going to find like in every state there's like a hubbub population in the like ur- um urban areas. Is urban the right word or rural areas? But instead, in New York, you have the most waspy white Anglo-Saxon, just like hotty toddy, high society people making up living in the large acreage of New York. And you think about like I would say Buffalo is maybe the only like potential large population other than New York City where you will see some hubbub. You will see some like small town folk type of people. But other than that, like This is just as rich as it can get. Syracuse, Rochester, all these places, especially, hugging the lake and, a stone's throw away from Canada and Niagara Falls, somewhere. I always forget exactly where Niagara Falls are. Anyway, I don't want to seem like a dummy. I know where they are. I just don't want to show you guys. But yeah, the Niagara area, there's very extremely hotty toddy for the most of rural New York. So, I mean, and then of course, you don't get a hubbub of Vermont. You don't get a little hubbub town in New Hampshire and stuff. These are very, I would say rich. A lot of it's old blood, a lot of old blood in this part of the country, where you know I'll leave it at that because I don't want to get too long winded. But this whole, you wonder why they keep their states small. I think it has a lot to do with lords, like they're lords of the land, and they own these territories with a lot more ease than you would, a Kansas, Colorado, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, these humongous states where it's like, who the hell knows what somebody down in southern, southeastern Oregon's doing? Like, who the hell is who's here? Like,
Right.
look at this. Look at this zoom in. The city, the closest city. I'm still zooming in. There's nothing. There's no nothing. Like, where else is like that? It's just, what did I get a little ping over here? What is this? Lower Bell Spring. Population a rat. It's like, what? So it's, you know, like, to your point, there's just so much of the West Coast, and then just inside of the West Coast, and basically the border pieces of the whole half of the west half of the United States is, it's really just a sort of like a free for all. But and if it would be it would make a great staging for, the take back of a nation, in my opinion. I think, people tuned into the truth on the East Coast should migrate to the middle. First of all, I think for other reasons than, potentially what I'm talking about, then, because you look at, you know, how many tornado seasons is Florida going to last? How many times do we have to hear about how Florida's been underwater and will be again? How many, do you think New York's any different? New York City is a floating island. Does anybody know this? Has anybody seen early pictures of New York? It is and always will be extremely, it's a marsh. It is built on top of like small infrastructure of land. It is just floating with water below it. And anyway, so it's like these places are, really biding their time. And speaking of Florida and just the East Coast in general, you look at the differences. There's nothing like this on the West Coast. There's no bars that we live on, yet the entire East Coast is covered in bars. Has anybody looked at this? I found it I had no idea that I knew that they existed, but I didn't know it was all of the East Coast. To me, it's just a nightmare logistically. Why would you do this? You have hurricanes and you have all this crazy weather. Why would we literally build infrastructure as, far out into the ocean? And I understand it's, to have bays and ports and all this stuff, but it's just like, to me, it's still just like insane. Nobody lives here. Nobody. Yet you have large swaths of population paying top dollar on real estate that cannot be insured. This is uninsurable. All these places, especially in Florida. There's not an insurance company in the world that will insure you choosing to live out here in Florida. If you want to live right here in Florida, good luck. It's like, enjoy it while it lasts, but you're the first to I guess the Bitcoin depot. Yeah. Anyway. just another rant. This is a rant filled recording this time. My bad.
Yeah, it's there's just so much that people don't even see here, and don't even know about it. It's Colorado's kind of one of those states that's got a lot to it too. And there's a lot, out in the west. And remember the Denver airport, the underground tunnels and um, all the stuff that's there and that goes underground. There's actually there may be more than 10,000 underground military facilities in the world.
Very good point.
Yeah, of course. A lot of people, the Denver airport's an interesting place. You have all the stuff that's supposedly underground there that is going on. Being the biggest airport in the world, or one of the biggest airports in the world, um, and having all the stuff that's there. Um, and of course, we know billionaires. They have their bunkers and underground stuff. They're all over the world and the country and stuff. Uh, it's interesting, because supposedly you have to build, or you have to be 100 feet or more underground to survive nuclear explosions. um if there was nukes, we'll get into that in a minute. What we kind of think about nukes and what we think that is. And um and nuclear war, you're supposed to be under uh, or supposed to stay underground 24 hours under a bunker, when nuclear war is supposedly just happened or happening. um Colorado also has Cheyenne Mountain. It's kind of a more known military base bunker as well, um, in the mountains there. I've actually been pretty close to that before. um, but it's interesting too. Like the bunkers they were used extensively, in a World War I and World War II and Cold War. Um, they can also be used for safe spaces for families. They can be customized, um, and for a variety of uses as well. You can use this a home gym, office, a media room. You can make a bunker into whatever you want to, really. um, some bunkers, they can be prepped for extended days, and can include features like showers, walk-in showers, kitchens, uh, living rooms too. um, and they have U.S. safe rooms offer custom underground bunkers and shelters, that can be used as fallback options for families. um, there's Atlas survival shelters. They're built with bullet resistant hardened steel and corrugated pipe. Shelters can hold enough food and water um, for at least 30 days. Uh, there's another kind too, Opidum, whatever it's called, and they offer like there's these are like more luxurious underground bunkers. They can be customized, designed, and billionaires, they're increasing, building these safe spaces, um, from threats to their health, you know. Um, and some of these bunkers, I guess they include they have like water cannons, and they have stuff that can be used for like games and like flag football, and they can create like rainbows, waterfalls down there and stuff. So it's really weird, the different kind of bunkers that exist. Um, and all the different uses for them. uh it's such a weird, kind of interesting topic, because there's, so many levels to things like this. Um, nuclear, if there was nuclear fallout or nuclear winter, it would last for about 10 to 15 years. Um, supposedly if it happened. Um, bomb shelters, those are for like more civilians, bunkers, it's like more military or like, something, advanced people have, billionaires, people like that. Um, and what's really interesting too is, you know, according to most experts, Iceland is, widely considered, um, the safest place in the world to be, in the event of a nuclear war due to its, remote location, self sufficiency with renewable energy sources like geothermal power, and it's isolated from major geopolitical conflicts, making it less likely for a target for an attack. Um, and like I said, it's got the food security, renewable energy, geographic isolation. Makes a place like Iceland, one of the best places you could possibly be, uh, for nuclear war and nuclear fallout. It's such an interesting location too, because apparently Greenland was supposed to be Iceland. Iceland was supposed to be Greenland. Is what they told us. The people, whoever mixed up the names, switched them up. So uh, they have
Looks.
the from what we get told in the school books, but
Mhm.
or in the school system. But
Also, they have a very very old dialect. What some consider, between the Norwegian, Swedish, and some posit that Finnish is the oldest dialect, and the progenitor for most written languages comes from Finland or the Finnish language. But Icelandic is, also, in the same vein that, think of this as more of an empire, a former empire. Of course, the sea being named after, you know, the the surrounding countries, and at one time this was, all either, maybe not all Norway, but it was a lot more, kingdoms ruled these lands. The border of Sweden and Norway wasn't so um set. Yeah, but yeah, it's another place is that just an anomalous place. It's just like, how do you get here? What do you do once you get here? What's going on? Are people just living their everyday lives here? Who knows?
yeah, Iceland's really interesting. That's an interesting spot. Right there by Greenland, and like I said, how the names are Iceland's supposed to be Greenland, Greenland's supposed to be Iceland. Um, and Iceland, like I said, you got like Poland and Finland and Sweden and everything right there. And if people don't realize like how like far north those countries are too, they're just way up there. I mean, way up there at Russia and Canada and stuff, and basically about as high as about Alaska. So, and like Greenland is just way up there with Canada, like Canada, Greenland. They're just way up at the top. There's just nothing that's
Yeah, I've never really done my diligence up here. I would assume that they are just mostly wildlife type areas, but alert. Oh, interesting. Careful, careful, Greenland. Canada has a strategic alert post.
yeah.
You know, at the northern border. Careful, Trudeau might come knocking. But I mean, it's just so strange. Like, how do people say, "Oh yeah, I own this"? It's like, "Oh yeah, this is a country. This is our country." And it's like, look at, of course, this is not like Google Maps or anything, but it does show you a pretty, like, look at this here. You see this water coming in? Is it not pretty easy to see that this is, you know, if the water were to recede, that this would, fill in type of thing? It's just a weird thoughts, but like the things we have come to know as like bays and basins and things like that. And like I was talking about before with, the island of California, it's like, oh, that's impossible. California, it's like, bro, look right down here. Like, what are we talking about? It's like this right below it. It's even called the Gulf of California. It's like, why couldn't it happen to California? It happened on the same coast right below it, where you have this, a glorified, not a glorified, I guess, like a supreme jetty almost, and naturally made. So we're told, but you were talking about the Mississippi River or the San or the New Madrid fault line. Like,
Yeah.
of course, I think we're all pretty well aware of the San Andreas fault line that continues to threaten and keep people living in fear of, and the southern West Coast. I guess even just the West Coast in general. I don't imagine Oregon would get unscathed by, a potential cataclysmic event of the proportions that they say the fault line, you know, covers. And I mean, whenever they talk about it, they talk about, the whole West Coast changing for, I don't know if they know exactly how it would, but, you know, a lot of fear mongering associated with it. But you have, evidence right here of quote unquote nature, you know, being made, creating a gulf. Well, what happens if you dam all these inlets and all these water sources, or create a you know I guess you could dam it right here. Say you built a huge dam like that. I mean, I would assume it would look a lot like California looks. And without the thousands, by the way, thousands of dams along these lines, almost clearly along these lines where it's like the greenest, there are dams all around here in order to divert water, they say, and blah, blah, blah. But I think you let loose those dams and you got something that looks a lot like this, and the island of California is back. And the cyclical nature of the world and the cyclical nature of our controllers and how they operate. I wouldn't, they love repeating history and do it, putting their spin on it. So I wouldn't be surprised if even in our lifetime we'll see a large geographical change up of somewhere in the United States. I don't know exactly where, whether or not it's going to be the sinking of Florida, like they constantly talk about pretty much every year, the sinking of New York, California falling off the map into the ocean. Guess we'll just have to wait and see and just let them cook and just do nothing about it and just keep saying that these bomb cyclones are God's way of talking to us or something. I don't understand what we're doing here, but the ignorance and the lack of responsibility for the average person to, self responsibility. It's like it's one thing to actually, go forth into the world with a message, but it's a whole nother to just not be able to receive a personal message to you. The personal message is they are fucking with you. Eh, they have been your entire life. And like I said earlier, once you know, you can't unknow. I think it comes down to a lot of people, you know, keeping the status quo and not wanting to step out of their comfort zone, even their mental comfort zone, because a lot of this has its roots in psychology. And I'm not blaming people like outright, because there are outlying factors. Our controllers have done a lot to keep us in a poor state to do anything about this. Even if you do know about it, you run into those people. It's like, oh yeah, okay, but so what? What are you gonna do? It's just like, "Eh, bro, shut up, shut up. If if 90,000 of you said that first part and didn't say that second part, we could do something. But it's 90,000 people that in your area that know the truth of the matter, yet think all collectively they all think, oh, but what can we do? If they just don't think what can we do, this world's different.
Yeah, and people don't even think about too. It's like I was saying with these bunkers and stuff, and these underground bases and stuff. You know, there's a lot of reasons that they're there. I mean, it's it could just be like I said for nuclear war or nukes and stuff like that. If you want to go that route, but it can also be for uh, things like we were just talking about. Natural disasters. They can be used for that. Twisters, hurricanes, earthquakes. You know, um, so there's a lot of things that they could be used for. Um, if in you like we're saying, are nukes real? I mean, we know they got big bombs and stuff. And what's the nuclear capability and stuff? And um, it's interesting that just the gematria too of just like bunker. Bunker equals 26. Like God does. Um, bunkers equals 27 and 45, but it's got the rituals in it. um Nuclear's got the 74, the 29. um Nuclear explosion equals 77. um Nuclear blast equals 38, like death, murder, killing. It's got the 79. You know Blast equals 54, 9. It's got the 81, so it's got some ritual in it. Explosion equals 48, like Illuminati. 42, like Austin, like Jesuit. Nuke equals 21, like Austin, like Jesuit, which is interesting too. It's got the 51, the 15, the reflection, 57. Nukes equals 29. It's got the 70, the 16, the 65, nuclear weapon. Um, a nuclear weapon. It's got the 58, the 68. Nuclear weapons got the 59, the 76. Uh, like I said, if the stuff's real or not. Weaponry. Nuclear weaponry is 74 and 79. Bomb equals like cyclone bomb. Bomb equals 22. It's got the 32. Um, Bombs equals 84, like Austin, like Jesuit. Uh,
That
like
51
got
and
the,
15 like nuke.
yep, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, it's interesting. Um, Nuclear war equals 44, like kill. Um, it's got the 64 in there. Nuclear wars equals 45, and 72. The reflection of 27. Bombing equals 62 and the 35. You got 127 and 37. Um, and like I said, obviously we know they got big bombs, and you know the Moab bomb, the mother of all bombs, and they have big firepower, and um, you just have to wonder what exactly are nukes? Do they have them? What is their capability with them? The likelihood that they're going to be used, or they would be used. It's like you think about it, it's interesting. It's an interesting concept. Or is it covering up for something else? I mean, because you could have a nuclear war, and then the nuclear war could set off volcanoes, and it could set off Yellowstone, or Mount Rainier, or cause earthquakes, or um, you have to think about how much damage would really happen, with nuclear war, and where the nukes would go, and then would people, how long you'd survive, people that would survive, um, what their plan would be, are you, this is for the people that are, who knows how much stuff is, where I was talking about what's going on Earth and above it, but we don't even realize what's going on below it. We don't know what's going on below us, what they have underneath us, what they're doing. Um, you just, with all these, bunkers, and underground facilities all over the world, um, so many we don't even know about. You wonder, what they really have down there, how long people can stay, and how long they would plan to stay, and um, how they would survive, and then if they ever plan on coming back up, or maybe they do, or it's interesting when you think about it. You know, it's just like how, I brought up, how right in Kentucky, with the world largest cave system, people used to live, in that too, and we don't, we have no idea what's going on below us, underneath us at all times. What's going on under the ground, and how much stuff is under the ground, and um, what's really going on in these tunnels. What are they doing in there? What are they hiding? Um, and where are they really linking up to? I mean, what are they moving around in there? What's There's so many things that are just completely out of sight, but uh it's like I said too, in a place like Iceland too, that's supposedly so safe. How people have bunkers and underground stuff in Iceland, and then who knows where that even goes to or connects. So you have, um, and it's interesting too. Like I said, are nuclear bombs or nuclear bombs, is it real? Does it exist? What's the likelihood that it's going to be used? Um, are we even going to see a war? Would it even just be nukes? How would they go about it? To me, that's kind of the interesting concept. Because I mean, they don't hide the fact that they have bunkers. I mean, they don't hide the fact that they have places to go to at any time, and just it's obvious they have these things. It's just, um, what's and how many people, like I said, there's all the different kind of bunkers. All the people that, so I mean, certain people that they might get a bunker, but they probably won't even survive. They probably won't even make it through. They probably just die. So only it would be the people that have the most advanced bunkers and military systems, and um, that would survive most likely. But yeah, it's just, I think it's a really interesting concept when you really think about it all.
Yeah, speaking on um the whole idea of a bunker, and it's like they the way they can do it is they don't need to be super inconspicuous either. They can do it, with your approval. As for the Kelly Butte I was talking about, the Butte right down the street from me, they built a Cold War bunker into that, and they got the approval and the tax approval from the citizens, supposedly, because the citizens were so scared that they thought, oh no, we need a place that will keep the, what do they call it when these things hit? They always talk about this, the continuity of government, the, keeping the chain of command. Um, so that's kind of what it was built for. And yeah, I kind of want to start showing you pictures of it, but oh, I can show you one. So we have this bunker, and I'll I'll leave it at this. It changed. It was been open and closed a couple of times, but it was basically a call center for 911 at a certain point as well. Um, but they had a painter come in and paint the back of the bunker. And when you do the research I do, and then they end up showing you this, the fact that you don't know this nugget, and then you see it, and you're just like, it's just this overwhelming sense of like vindication, but also it's just like they do whatever the hell they want. They really do whatever the hell they want. Where did this fit in the tax plan? Why is this what 1940s people are looking at as they're discussing the potential invasion of Russia? It's just I can't help but basically understand what this is. Like I do understand, and not to mention the artist they got. He actually, I don't think he's dead yet, even. And he last I saw, he was a teacher at Portland State, which is just like right down the street in Southeast Portland. Um, but a refugee from Nazi Germany, and very interesting. But yeah, this is the mural. It's like a half cylinder to give you like this is there's two floors. This is the top floor and the very back of the bunker. So there's a floor underneath of them that's square. You wouldn't know it has like a top dome like this, but it's like an airport hangar type thing. But it's just like pushed into the rock. So they say. I also don't believe that. Uh, I think this is built within something that already existed, and it's basically just they hollowed it out more and just put this stupid metal cylinder in there. But there's something that resembles this old world construction that's in ruin. Like this is how they play with you people's minds. I'm not saying that everybody who worked at this facility knew what this was all about, but I think it has to do with like psychology and just it's just being beaten on so many levels. The controllers are going to tear down the old world around you, then they're going to brag about it while you work in a tin can inside of the old shell of the intense beautiful building that used to be there. In my opinion, I think Kelly Butte used to be a large cathedral-esque type, maybe temple-esque Greco-Roman building. And to even further my point, anyway, without getting it, I really should present it because I don't want to just like sound crazy. But I thought this is interesting. These are at federal buildings. You talk about the Denver airport and places like this. Why do they do this? Like
Right.
why what would it's like anything but that. It's just people might see this as beautiful because it is cool looking and everything like that. But I think the greater sentiment of showing like a which by the way, this is a very popular type of image they like to show you, like a flooded columns. Of course, yeah, I mean, we know what columns are all about. You got the two sets of columns on each side and blah blah blah. We know who's doing it and why they're doing it. We know the masons are a big part of it, especially when you're talking about a new construction. Not to say that masons are involved in brick laying and stuff like that. At their core, the Freemasons, they are known as I can't remember the word for what they are. But they're like observers. They're not like actual masons. Like they come from a line of potential masons, King Solomon and all that crap. But nowadays and for a long time they have the Scottish Rite. They're not. These aren't. They have ties to real life construction contractors and all that stuff. Guaranteed, there's masons in that industry, but it's just not. They're not about like building techniques. They're about metaphysical, Lucifer, God, that kind of crap. And I think that's a large disconnect. I would bet a lot of people think that like Masons are still somehow involved with being like builders when they're not at all. But the things you brought up was very interesting, and you had this ad from it's longer than 2 years ago. I saw this a long time ago. Crazy that anyway. But of course no sound, but actually you can hear this. You like what they're showing you there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think those. Did they make a point of not showing it? Okay, no.
Hmm.
Mm. Just smile and laugh, guys. This is during the Super Bowl, by the way.
Astronauts.
I'm sorry if the sound doesn't translate to the video. I've had that issue like I'll figure it out one day when we need it. But if you keep, if just seeing it, that's the main point. You get to see the whole underground staging area. I mean, they have fake light underground. Like they have like a barn scene where it looks like their people are just, raising their cattle as ranchers but he's underground. These are all just like scenes and it's a movie. And then he just walks out of a door onto the beach. So you were talking about, the tunnels of underground. This is like soft disclosure that they do. They like to show you a truth. And there's even symbolism in this right here. It's like, oh, that's a plane. It's like, okay. I mean, sure, it's just a plane. I mean, I have my own theories about, logos and symbology and stuff like that, but um oh, maybe that was only 2 years ago. Man, that's weird. That's almost like a Mandela effect. I know I'm lagging a little bit, sorry. But I thought that was a bit longer ago. Anyway, I thought that was a poignant little tidbit for if anyone that hadn't seen that. And that was during the Super Bowl. You know how they love to, slap as many people in the face as possible. It's Will Smith only had to fake slap one guy and you know, was the equivalent of bitch slapping how many millions of people? So I think on the topic of, the DUMBs and the infrastructure that they place in those, whether it's secretive or right in front of your face as the one that what mine was, because they were able to, put whatever technology they wanted right in the middle, right in the heart of Southeast Portland, and we were down for it as a community. We're like, yeah, we need this for the Cold War. Damn those Russians, they could be anywhere. And who knows what they put in there, and and what they were doing, and it's also, in my opinion, the seat of a potential spring, aquifer, whatever. And that's what it's used for now as a reservoir, funnily enough. But I think that was potentially its initial purpose, even for the old world civilization that, I believe had a grand building there before. I think it was centered there because of the potential for fresh water. But they can do this stuff right in front of you, and you won't know. They can put up 5G towers on every corner, and we just want the faster Wi-Fi. So it is what it is. Speaking on that, kind of like transitioning into the larger surveillance state that has been built around us since 9/11 and before. Of course, we're talking about the Patriot Act and how they overtly tell us what they're doing, but there's plenty of examples before then of how they, you know, are able to use government programs and things that we have no say in order to affect our lives and eventually, and kind of move us in covert ways and overt ways. And just the grander idea of the surveillance state. I know you wanted to talk about that, and then some other smaller aspects of it, like we'll call it cyberbullying.
Yeah, I think this ties in perfectly, with, who knows, if they're doing a lot of this stuff with the dumbs, the deep underground military bases, if this is a lot of it's connected. But yeah, I definitely wanted to get into some, some gang stalking, electronic harassment, target individual. and it's such an interesting topic. The gematria. There's so much gematria to all this. Um, what's interesting? The word gang equals 29. Um, it's got the 79 too, the 20, the 16. Gang stalkers equals 44, like kill. Um, gang stalking's got the 50 in it, 67. Target individual is interesting. It equals 8. It's got the 86. Like to get 86 to get rid of. Um, target individuals equals 120. Um, Illuminati, and it's interesting. Electronic harassment equals 222. Order out of chaos got the 120 as well, just like target individuals. Exact same cipher. Um, Electronic harassing equals 92. Um, it's interesting, because we just brought up the Patriot Act too. Patriot Act equals 123. It's like conspiracy. 42, like Austin, like Jesuit. Patriot equals 45. Um, it's got like ritual. It's got the 36, the 99, the 90. Act equals 21, like Austin, like Jesuit. It also equals 6. 6 being the first perfect number.
Mhm. Which is also kind of interesting when you think about the English language and the obvious infusion of math and numbers and letters. That's what we're using right now. But think of like act. What is that? What is that word? To act. It's a verb. Acting, or you could say it's it has many different um facets to the word for such a simple three-letter word. But the way I take it, I mean, you could obviously say acting as in like playing up a different role, or you could say, just doing, almost as if like it was an act that created the world. You know what I mean? It's not a thought that created the world. God acted. He thought certain things and he acted in order to make them. I see those as like, act is kind of like a bigger word than I've given it credit for. The more I think about it right now, it's kind of like the thing. It's like the motion. It's like there's ideas and then there's like putting those ideas into motion. So for that to be the first perfect number, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the word axe equals 29. Um, it's got the 65. Surveillance state equals 206. It's interesting, kind of like the Seattle area code. 206. It's got the 62, the reflection of 26. It's got the 253. It's interesting. That's the Tacoma area code too. It's really interesting. The 109 and 19. 109 breaks down to 19. So it's kind of interesting gematria with surveillance state. Um,
Obviously,
you know,
Seattle being 19. Yeah.
yeah.
Got this big old space needle. It's like, oh, it's got a restaurant at the top. What else is it? What's it actually doing? It's a big ass tower sticking up there with a large antenna. It's like I, s- if at the for that same on that same wavelength, the Eiffel Tower. It's just like, what the hell is it? Like, or are we that really obsessed with just like big giant steel structures? We're just doing this for no reason other than to look at it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's such a weird thing. I mean, it's like they have the great wheel too. They have the great wheel, the space. There's it's got that 65, like Kurt Donald Cobain in there. The Kurt Donald Cobain 65s we went over. It's interesting. It's like the word surveillance equals just 51.
it's kind of like Area 51. It's kind of like what I think of. It's got the 75. Spy. Spy is an interesting word. It's got the 21, like Austin, like Jesuit. Spying's got 27 is equals 27. It's got the 72, the reflection. You know, and I talked about like sleep paralysis too. I brought that up. That equals 201 and 84. Talk about that. I went through that in 2017. It's got really interesting gematria, the 201, the 84. It was interesting too. Like the word camera. Camera equals 121. Like the Illuminati was established on the 121st day of the year. Cameras equals 48, like Illuminati.
Which, if we didn't mention, like when we glaze over a number like 51, that that's pretty indicative of that's a calling card to the Illuminati, being they were formed on May 1st, 1776.
Yep.
May 1st being 5-1, as we would write it. So sorry if we don't say that when we see, but what is the Illuminati? It is the conspiracy of the United States. It's the conspiracy, not for a truther to think, but like even no anybody, go Google Illuminati. I give you 5 seconds before you see the word conspiracy next to it. So it's just no coincidence that conspiracy equals 51. There's absolutely no. It was always going to be the arm of conspiracy for this nation, and it has done just that, as well as surveil us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like the word picture. Picture equals 38. Death, murder, killing. R.I.P. Gematria equals 38. Pictures. Pictures equals 111 and 51 again. You got the 51. You got the 111 in there. Video is interesting. It's got the 55 like Satan, 26 like God.
Interesting.
Videos equals 74. So you got the 74, 47 reflection. You got the 29 again. The 88 there, like Trumpy. Got the big Trumpy in there, 34. And if you write out mass surveillance system, it equals 78. It's like Austin, like Jesuit. Surveillance system equals it's got the 109, breaks down to the 19 there again. Security camera equals 62. It's got the 91, flexion 19, but the 91 right there. Security cameras equals 63, got the 99. Security equals 120, and then you got the 51 again. So you got the Illuminati like 120. You got the 51 again, the day the Illuminati was established, 5-1.
What was the last thing you said? Sorry, I was looking at the 99, which is kind of like September 9th, which is I think that's American.
I just said
right?
Yep. 99, yep. And then I said security was the one I just said.
That's a good one.
Yep. And if you write out securities, it equals 47.
That might be added to the list.
And the word watch is interesting too. Video has 55. Actually, video and watch, yeah, almost exact same. The difference is the 19 and the 28 there in that second cipher, but the 55, the 80 and the 26 is the exact same in video and watch. You go figure watch has the 19 in it. I think that's pretty interesting. Yeah, really, interesting gematria with all this. And of course, 5G. If you write out 5G, it equals 25. Like we're going to be in year 2025. I think that's going to be
I think that's a huge thing right there, the 5G and the 25. Um, 5G technology equals 45. So you got that ritual in there. Um, but I think, 5G and, the AI and the technology and everything, um, that's, coming up. Uh, Obviously we know, um, the NSA, the National Security Agency, they conduct, surveillance, and in a variety of ways. Of course, you have the domestic surveillance. Um, the NSA's domestic surveillance is it's limited by the Fourth Amendment, but which protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. However, the NSA has been accused of illegally surveilling millions of Americans, um, domestic communities since at least 2001. Of course, obviously, they've been watching us for a lot longer than that. All the household appliances basically since like 1990, even before that. They were watching you with stuff. There was cameras, videos on stuff in your kitchen, and always recording you. Um, of course, they have the foreign surveillance. The NSA's foreign surveillance is subjective to fewer limitations under the U.S. law because it targets non-U.S. citizens or persons outside the U.S. Um, the NSA has been used a variety of methods to conduct foreign surveillance. Um, One of the things they used is called PRISM. PRISM, the NSA obtains communications from U.S. tech and social media companies such as Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, and many others. Um, Another one is Upstream. The NSA intercepts and copies international internet communications. Um, and then from companies like AT&T and Verizon and many others. Um, and then of course they have undersea cables, underwater sea cables.
Mhm.
Um, NSA uses systems like Oak Star, Storm Brew, Blarney, and Fairview to process data as it flows across the internet. Um, and of course, you have terrorist surveillance program. The NSA implemented this program after 9/11 attacks, um, to intercept, the Al Qaeda communications
Mhm.
overseas. The program was ruled unconstitutional in 2006, but was later replaced by PRISM. Uh, the NSA is also the national manager for national security systems. The NSS, which includes telecommunications and information systems operated by the U.S. government. So
Just
you
makes you
have,
all warm and fuzzy hearing SS. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Always been historically, it's always a good thing.
yeah, and of course, all the different ways it's interesting. The first, the first Kodak camera arrives on the market. It was 1888.
Mm.
Um, the Kodak One was created. Um, and there was different cameras. The first photographic camera developed for commercial manufacture was it's got a weird name, like the Daguerrero type camera built in 1839 by Alphonse Garrar. But yeah, that was back in 1839. Um, and like I said, the first, the Kodak camera there in 1888. Um, the 19th century, they had was the first origins of surveillance. They had wiretapping. Um, that was during the in the Civil War. Uh, you know, copying the telegraph lines was kind of where this is kind of first came to foot came to the forefront. 1990. Um,
had the first digital camera, the Dicam Model 1, also the Photo Man is what they called it. Um, and of course, in 1995, cameras, with futuristic design appeared kind of for the first time. 1994, um, yeah, the first, commercially digital camera, the AP NC 2000 with Nikon. Um, and camera phones kind of debuted in 1995 on the global stage in the fall there during the Telecom 95 in Geneva, Switzerland. That was in October. Went on for like a week. Uh, and the first security camera available to the public appeared in 1949. Um, interesting there. And in 1951, so you got the 51 there again. The videotape recorder was invented. Um, so that's pretty interesting. The first videotape recorder was just invented just 2 years later.
It's
Um,
interesting that that was invented after. It's
yeah,
like, what were they storing the video on before?
right.
Hmm. It's almost like they might have had infrastructure for more advanced stuff already. What a weird concept.
Yeah, and of course, too. Another big part of this is FISA. They're a big part that spies on us too, and they had the FISA Amendment Acts in 2008, which basically gave them like unlimited monitoring power over us.
What's that now? How do you
The FISA Act or the FISA Amendment, FISA.
Okay, that's what I thought. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Hmm, Interesting. Just curious.
Mm.
1544. What's a good one for bigger numbers? I can't remember. Sometimes these large words can reveal something in some of the lesser, not really lesser used ciphers. I personally don't use them as much, but mainly the things I try to decode are like American stories and stuff like that. So not to say they're not to be used, but when 2008, it's the year I graduated high school. Doesn't have a date. Oh, July 10th. Dude, said that. Oh, please continue though. I'm just not as familiar with this particular branch of basically the branch of the Patriot Act.
Yeah, like I said, they've been spying on us such a long time. Really, like I said, I think even before the '90s, they had stuff, and all over your house, monitoring you, listening to you, recording you, watching you. And obviously, it's came a long ways. Um, and like I said, with the technology emerging, they're pretty much kind of, in '95 with the cell phones, the internet, um, and that being such a big part of it. the Geneva, Switzerland telecom there in '95 with all that going on. Um, kind of this coming to the forefront. The changing of the technology and this uh, and how like I said, the digital cameras starting in the 1990 there, and um, that's when all the stuff came out. But yeah, there's so many ways they watch us, and they kind of, like I said, they go after us, and they spy on us, and there's so many agencies. You got COINTELPRO, and all these different people and factions and involved in this. And of course, the Patriot Act, that got established there, October of 2001. I think it was October 26th. But
Mhm.
yeah, they kind of being, a big Kickstarter, because, people just starting to really get the cell phone. The cell phone push was happening kind of in that time. And, technology was starting to move forward a little bit. Um, and of course, at 9/11, them just giving, them so much more reason to, you know, come after us, and, want to watch us, and spy on us and survey us. And, um, and certain people, it's like they get, uh, for whatever reason, they're like targeted more than others, and they have different ways to target you and stuff. With the electronic harassment, the gang stalking, the, target individual, all of that. And, um, there's so many ways. I used to have, uh, just like quite a few run-ins, like I said, with like the cops and the police, back in
Mhm.
Wisconsin stuff, them always kind of being after me and stuff. I have so many stories with, getting pulled over, being in trouble with something, or, something happening there. Um, so I always kind of felt like I was someone that was kind of always being, you know, targeted in some kind of way for whatever reason. And I think they kind of pick certain people for certain things. Like, in Washington, I've never even been pulled over in Washington. I haven't, and this is the one state where I drive for a living. I've never been pulled over here. I don't, like I said, I don't have any issues in this state or nothing. So, um, I feel like certain places they kind of watch you, and they come after you in different ways. I know there's a lot more to it than that too. With, like I said, how I had, like the sleep paralysis, stuff like that there in 2017. Um, and how they have, like, the gang stalking aspect. I've talked about, uh, out here, I've had, my car stolen. I had my windows, being shot out, the shooting I was in. And then, um, I've had other things happen too. After my car got stolen there in December, on December 2nd, yeah, giving 29 days left to go in there in 2022, the year of the tiger, carjacked equals 29. And then I had, to start the year in 2023, from January to like April. It's like my birthday. My mail just like went missing. And I went down to the post office like 10 times, like asking, like, how are they doing this? How are they pulling this off? Like, where is my mail? Like, and like, did someone change my, mailing address? And they're like, well, no one, changed it, because they would have had to come down here and change your address. I'm like, well, then how are they doing this? And then it's just like, and it was the same thing when my car got stolen too, because they, the police are like, yeah, if it drives by another police car or a tow truck, or, anything like that, um, they immediately, pull the person, over. They told me it just ends right there, because, the tow truck, the car is tagged. So if a tow truck or a police car, you know, they'll just go right after you or whatever, so, or, they said there's cameras on bridges, there's cameras everywhere too. So it's like, and then my car gets stolen. They don't find it for another, like a week later. Then it's just left abandoned somewhere. So it's just like, how did they get away for a week? And then, like I said, how is my mail? What happened to my mail? And then, um, I had the shooting that happened this, in the summer here, and then uh, last October too. It was over a year ago now. Because I had someone steal like $7,000 out of my bank account, but I was able to get the money back. But uh, I had an issue with that too. So it's like, you know, I have stuff happen to me all the time, and like, we're talking about the burners. We don't even know how the burners got on too. What's the conspiracy behind that? So I mean, there's a lot of ways, that you can be targeted. There's a lot of things that can happen to you. Um, like I said, in certain areas, like I said, like Wisconsin, it seemed like it was more like the police, or other people maybe, or something else that was kind of always after me. Uh, Washington, it's just kind of been the, weird things, or, things that don't really make any sense, but they just kind of happen here and there, and kind of left putting it back, pieces together. But, um, you know, and like I said, some people, for whatever reason, they get targeted. They get, you know, they have just like all these things happen. Some people don't have it as much. Um, but I think they've been watching, they've been watching our whole lives, listening to us, they've been, planning our demise. Um, I think they, just like how I said, like my high school, Bayport High School equals 201. These people just the Jesuit stronghold. They just take notes on people, and they know what to look for, and um, I think that's really what a lot of it is it's they have certain people that are just they're going to be targeted, they're going to be attacked, they're going to have people that are going to come after you because you're of what you're saying or what you're thinking, or just who knows, like I said, they've been watching us our whole lives. They watched us through the TV. They watch us, uh, when your appliances, all your household appliances are listening in at all times, or watching you at all times. All your stuff in your kitchen. Um, there's so many ways that they know what you're doing and what's going on. So it's it's like I said, it's like they just it's like, oh, this person's going to be too much of an issue. They're going to be too much of a threat, or we need to make them back off, or we got to disrupt their lives. So we have to step in. I'm not really sure exactly how it works, but yeah, I think that's what a lot of it is. Um, and like I said, I think this is going to be something where with the AI, and like I said, 5G equals 25. Um, I think that 2025, this is going to become, maybe, I mean, it's kind of already a pretty big thing right now. I think a lot of people are kind of losing their jobs, um, getting fired for stuff. Like I said, there's so many ways they can target you. Um, they can make you lose your job. They can, you know, pretty much do whatever they want. Come after your money, come after your car. Uh, and I'm not even convinced too. I mean that supposedly my neighbors were shooting at me that night, or shooting, but who really knows what really happened? What really caused that? I mean, I don't know. It's just like, who really stole my car? How did they get away with it for a week? How did that perfectly happen? I still don't know where my mail went. And they stole, personal information, confidential stuff. I had like tax stuff coming out from Wyoming and stuff, and they stole it. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, and I can't get no answers. So it's like, you know, and this is the kind of thing I always look for and expect in my life. And I think a lot of people, I think that this is a really important thing to talk about, because this is something I think that hits home to a lot of people. They have to deal with stuff like this all the time, especially if you're, talking about things we talk about, and, do the things that we do, because this is the kind of things you're expecting to kind of get in return. And, uh, I think that, and this is something that I think a lot of people, it's becoming more known about, but, um, and there's more people that are going through this stuff, but I think this is the kind of thing that it needs to go more kind of mainstream, so that people can really kind of call it out for what it is. And I think, kind of, point the finger and be like, yeah, this is definitely, whether it's, COINTELPRO people, how many people are really watching you, conspiring against you, after you, for whatever reasons or whatever they're doing. Because we all know we're being watched, we're being monitored all times. They know everything about us, so you're not hiding nothing. It's just whether or not they choose to come after you or not. And for the people that do have things happen to them, uh, I think this is, they just have to start, making this more known, um, than it already is. But because I think that's how you can kind of make things, kind of change. People know that there are, people after you, and because you could say that, and it makes you sound like you're crazy, like you're nuts, like you're a lunatic. You're paranoid. You must smoke too much weed or something. But no, it's like this is what happens to certain people, and it's and like I said, if you're going to be going down these rabbit holes and talking about these things and doing these kind of things, like I said, this is what you expect to get out of it. And I think there's a lot more of this that goes on that we don't even see, we don't even know that these people do, that kind of goes under the radar, I think.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and I think we've talked about this several times, but you know, just being able to, what this is it's farming. Everything comes down to farming, information, energy, resources, and I think potentially that we have evidence now of these large scale uh, groups or agencies, agencies doing these large scale. They call them an act because oh, that sounds like it's like almost biblical. It's like has to do with law. It has to do with like, but no, what it is it's like faux permission. It's like, no, look, we went through a process to come up to with this conclusion. It wasn't just a room full of naked people who just got out of an orgy coming up with this for your life. This is really people that just we care about everybody. Our phones are tapped too. Oh yeah, people in the CIA are looking straight through my camera too, as my senator cam is on at all times. I like to post it up in the bathroom so they can watch me shower. It's like, no, the elites, they're not on the same systems that we're on. This government, farming information, you know, putting people through, trauma, emotionally and physically, and seeing how they tick. That's if you have done any information gathering about the CIA, that is like what they're about. That's what they're about. They're not some like anti-spy. This isn't some like anti, some 007 shit, man. This is some cool stuff. No, this is not cool. It's in fact, it's like it's a little bit annoying, and it's not. You know, the fancified version you get on in media is nothing about when you do any actual research about what the CIA is all about. It's a bunch of dusty dudes. I'm not trying to make it like male and female thing. I'm just saying, it's a inheriting class that are pulling out all the stops, and you would be surprised at the length that what someone who could pass as just a normal person walking down the street would be willing to subject you to. Meanwhile, you're just walking around bumping into things trying to get enough, federal credits to get the your Netflix free and back on. And meanwhile, they're gathering crucial data on how a human ticks in every situation so that they can further control and further manipulate. But we have this story here about, everybody knows about Pokemon Go, unfortunately. And like I was telling you before, it's like I even fell victim to it. I played it back in the day. I got bored of it extremely quickly. It really isn't for like people who have enjoyed video games. It's not a fun game. It's very it 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 preys on people's nostalgia. So you have you got old people who are playing a game like this for the first time because it's available on their phone. And then you have people that are like, "Ooh, a new Pokemon game," which by the way, it's very strategic. Very strategic what they did. That this Pokemon Go came out in a time when there hadn't been like a new Pokemon game for a long time. So that they got the entire fan base to get behind it. Do you have any idea how many people have downloaded this game? I think it
I
might be the
about
most downloaded one. It's actually insane. So this group, Niantic, I don't know where I can find the information on it. I watched a video on it, so to learn some of the more intimate details about what Niantic used to be, because now they call themselves Niantic Games. First of all, does this look like a gaming channel or like a gaming website? If this isn't like a link, this looks like I clicked a link on a LinkedIn post. This is it's like, but this is the Pokemon Go developers. This is their website, Niantic Games. Look at that. Look at all their games. So, um, long story short, the temet, temet, telemetry telemetry data from our cell phones, from our front and rear facing cameras, um, are basically being used as like mirrors or as like bouncing off signals, and that's like you know a good thought about it. The real facts about it is they've been watching the entire time. I mean, that's the prime takeaway with what we're talking about. It's not like some it's not like, oh, this company was doing this. No, no, no. Every company, the cell phone companies, the government, the government. Your cell phone companies are not just random. It's not like John Gordon, the inventor of AT&T. I invented a way to like have phones work. No, that's not how this shit works. These companies were rolled out to legitimize this idea. I don't know why I'm so laggy. It's like every time I put a new website up. But so anyway, this company, yeah, they're spying on you, blah blah blah, but this is what, they're openly admitting to doing is, I mean, first of all, they give you an editor's note, which is literally smaller font on top of like, it's just right there at the beginning. It's, oh, look, headline, headline, headline. Oh, but by the way, we're not using this data for anything like that. You got to opt in for us to use your data. We wouldn't ever just use the data that's being pinged to us for free without just by you clicking OK to the terms and conditions. We're not using that data. You'd have to opt in. We would never do that. Wink. We would never do that. We love Pokemon. We love making games for you. We want you to just enjoy life. We wake up every morning, in our bunkers next to the general, down the alley of the bunker, and he wakes up and we wake up and we watch a video on just everyday Americans, and we just smile and we just get so warm every morning. We just think we want to go do really good things for these people. And so we go and do them because we're just that's what we do. That's, trust us. Trust me. That's what we're all about. We wake up every morning and we just love you guys. So anyway, they're using all the telemetry data to build this geospatial model for AI. So like right now, you think of like AI, the language AI, how it's using all these new processes and constantly evolving in order to build the like language for AI to learn language, basically. Well, this is basically using AI to form the God, what's that Tom Cruise movie where the crimes happen? They're able to see the crime before it happens.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
It'll come to me at a stupid time or hopefully soon. But I mean, that's basically what it is. They like to they package it up as, first of all, they say you got to opt into it, which is bull crap. As humans, we have spatial understanding. That means we can fill in these details based on countless similar scenes we've encountered before. And they go on to say about how they can use just even a small fraction of the image that they get back from you to basically, they pair that with the GPS in your phone, the ping data from your last known call, with your blah blah blah, with this and that and all these little things each when you open a different app, because it's not like Facebook isn't sharing this information. This isn't some like thing where Facebook is like at war with Twitter. Wake up. That does not exist. They are all using they're in a global conglomerate. And sorry flat earthers, not trying to get into that conversation, but like, as far as we are concerned, they're in a conglomerate together. They're not fighting behind the scenes. They're sharing all this information to further their perfect. And in AI, we need to stop tripping on AI. AI is not for us. It we sit here and think it's for us. All of its processes are in order to get information on us, not to help us. When AI is sophisticated enough to do things for us, it won't be doing it for us. It'll be doing it for the people who own us. So it's a ridiculous idea and sentiment that just clandestine people wake up and just want to use all of their resources and millions of dollars to just help you, Susie, who lives in shit block, going to Walmart every 3 days. There's just a millionaire that thinks about you every morning and how they can make your life better. That just wake up. You don't even want to make your own life better or anybody else's around you. Why would someone with no connection to you want to make your life better? Ridiculous thought. But anyway, keep going on tangents. But yeah, they're using this your camera data, all the different forms of data in order to form what they call as this geospatial model, to where they can complete a scene like per basically second of everywhere you've been and everything that you've done, and what your mood was in when you were doing them, because it's like that's possible as well, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, the invasion of what we call privacy is definitely complete. But the fact that they're bragging about it, and then there's another layer to it being, I might have this wrong. I read on this earlier, and then I should have like made a presentation or at least highlighted some stuff. I don't know if it's in this. I don't think it's in this article. It was another article that talked about the creator, basically the funder of Niantic before it was called Niantic, and before, because Niantic is the one that got the contract to do this basically by the CIA, because a CIA, somebody, the guy who came up with the company that eventually became Niantic, sat on the board for this company and was given multiple awards from the CIA for their work in for Niantic. It's like, well, why is it? Because everybody in the CIA loves Pokemon too? Are they are they walking around, the federal buildings? It's like, oh shit, a Squirtle. Oh shit, man. It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
It's like, get back to work, Johnson. It's like, sorry, I'm trying to help build the state for you guys. I don't think that's happening, but I'd have to do some digging. I might bring up the guy's name, but I hate to be so vague about it because it actually is like the bigger deal about this. Like the guy, it was like the guy who funded Niantic. Funded by, I don't know how to look this up. I don't think he was like the creator. I think he just funded it and then he went on and he was like CIA related or adjacent. And then when he now like sits on the board of Niantic and he's being praised for his work in Niantic by the CIA and given several awards all in one foul swoop. They're just like, woohoo, you did it, buddy. Anyway, I wish I was a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, I think they did the what was that called? I think they did a simulation back in 1997. I think it was a computer simulation with COVID. Um, I don't remember what it was called. The Incentian something simulation, world simulation. I'm not sure what it's called, but I think it was back in 1997. It was a computer simulation on COVID, that it would work. Um, it was something where they're like, oh, we tried this, we already know we're going to get them. Um, so like people have to understand that, these people have had our demise planned for so long, like what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. And their surveillance, is a huge part of that, how they're doing it. Something like this, of course there was event 201, there's always a simulation going on. This kind of being a test again, like I keep talking about these tests, how they're testing us, and um, they're like litmus test over and over is what they are.
I'll have to do some research into the 1997 one. It might just be, nowadays trying to Google something with COVID in the name. It's like, good luck.
I think it was called Incentian World Simulation or something like that. It was something where they were testing, and then when they tested it in the people's minds, how they acted and where they were at the time, they're like, "Oh yeah, we know we're going to get them with COVID down the line." Like how they kind of read where everyone's at. Like we all know the government, the military, they're like 100 years ahead of us, anyways. So
Good luck typing in world simulation in Google too. Like I've spoken to this. I don't know about on here, but I talk to my son about this all the time that this is how they retroactively control information. I was maybe a little bit late to the party. I think a lot of people will probably already know that through these search engines that it actually muddles things up more than it makes it easy. Like it never makes it easy, honestly, unless they want you to see it. But it had to do with Jet Propulsion Laboratories. Let's just see, so I can maybe show you. Because the story behind Jet Propulsion Laboratory is just it's another one. It's another story of all time. It's just believe us. This is how it happens. Okay, here we go. Interesting. Oh, no, no, no. Sorry. They're adjacent to Jet Propulsion Laboratory. They are in leagues with Jet Propulsion Laboratory, putting people on ice. Uh cryogenic freezing. Maybe I'll just look up that. Get ready for this too, because it's kind of like died down, and it's like kind of like locked up in like bureaucracy right now. Just wait, they'll unlock it, and this will be, commonplace. Let's see. Is it cryonics? Doesn't sound right, but it could be. I'll know from the website. I did a lot of. It doesn't look like it. Why does it keep saying cryonics? I don't remember it being called cryonics, but I guess it could be. It was a husband and wife.
Hmm.
Okay, this might say who did the cryogenic freezing. Oh my God, this guy's just history. Who cares? Who did it? Huh. I guess it's cryonics. I don't know why that doesn't ring a bell. I did a lot of like digging into this, like cryogenic freezing people. And they have, okay. I thought it was the name of the. This is proving my point. Before I can even get to the point about how it muddles your searches, it's now happening. I literally have done research on this, and I've never had to go through hoops. It was quite clear. I think they're in California, maybe cryogenic facility near me. Yeah, yeah. Can I need one quick. This is so strange. Alcor? Yeah, I think it's Alcor. Pretty sure it's this one. Okay, let's try to find their mission statement or whatever. Oh, look at that. Let's go. Okay, okay, here we go. Okay, so they were the one that did Dr. James Bedford. Why didn't it say it? Why wasn't it just clear that this was Alcor that did it? It just kept saying cryonics, cryonics, cryonics. No, the company that does the cryonics, you idiots. Okay, let's see. Linda Chamberlain. Here we go. Ah, holy shit. I mean, this isn't like too crazy, but to me, it's just like I already knew this stuff is like, look, this is what I'm talking about. So I want to find out about the cryonics lady. And instead, somebody with the exact name had, which by the way, this shows up right here. I remember it being harder to find this. Like it was so much more muddled with this lady. But like, never mind this particular example. I'm just giving this as an example as how they do this. They have these other people with the same names or similar names or a crazier story than what you're looking for, and it just hides what you're looking for. Just so happens that, a lady with the same name, well, not even the same name, but I type in Linda Chamberlain. Her name's not Linda. Why is it the first search? Why is it not Linda Chamberlain, the first search? But no, I get Lindy, a murderer, a woman who was a murderer. It's just like, this is just an example of how they do this. Also, it's just for all that work it took me, it's kind of like opposite from where I remember. Before, when I was doing research on this, I had to go way down to find Linda Chamberlain because it was just Lindy, this lady all over the place. But I also had no problem finding Alcor. All I had to type was like Jet Propulsion Laboratories cryogenic, and it would say Alcor because there is that's what it is. Well, I had to jump through hoops to find out about Alcor to get her name this time. And when I type her name in, she's like second and third. Anyway, she's still kicking. She's 76 right now. Or wait, no, that's that lady. Hold on. I do believe she's still alive. Her husband died though, and she kind of like inherited it. Is this not gonna say? Usually, I was like, why do this? Why put them both together? And okay, maybe I am kind of right. It is kind of annoying. Scientist, trailblazer, Alaska. What more mockery? It's like, I'm from Alaska, the frozen tundra. I just, do cryogenics. It's like I was sitting around, on the 1400th day of my existence in the cold, and I was just like, finally, it came to me. Everyone should be cold like me. Is this even the same person? I don't even know if this is the same person.
Yeah, I can later.
So you would imagine it would say but how could it be a different one? Okay, if this is a different one, I'm a flip shit. This will prove my point. If this is a different Linda Chamberlain, then that just proves I think it is, because I think the other one is literally from like Florida or California, where like Jet Propulsion Laboratories is. But how could another Linda Chamberlain be like a scientist and also live in the Arctic? When I'm looking up, I don't see anything about her being, which is really weird too, because when I was researching it, it had to do with one of the bureaucratic stopping points for cryogenics was if they could ever restart an actual brain. Like, is that possible? Like, yeah, the body will be preserved, but will they be able to come back alive? And it has to do all with the brain, because the brain cannot be frozen. You have to keep it in suspended coldness, but never frozen. The minute your nerve endings start freezing, you're done. Who knows what it's going to delete. That's basically what it's doing, is it's like deleting parts of your brain, because ice is a crystal and it expands.
Yep.
I don't think this is the same Linda Chamberlain. This is insane. So maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe it is pretty hard to find. Why doesn't it show her date of birth? So weird. I'm sorry to do this, but
No, it's been doing that
look,
to me
Jet
lately.
Propulsion
I'll
Laboratory.
type something in and it doesn't make any sense. It's like messing with everything. It's been really strange, especially this week.
Yeah, this is a good luck finding like stuff about her. See, it's like, I want to learn about Linda Chamberlain of Jet Propulsion Laboratories and Alcor. Well, look her up. Just go look her up. Oh, murderer. Oh, other person named Linda Chamberlain, who's also a scientist, who also does brain science, and it lives in the Arctic. But it's a different one. It's a different, as different person. It's like, what are we talking? What? Why would it ever be a different person? How could there be two Linda Chamberlains and have such a funny? It's almost like a joke. I'm a scientist who lives in the Arctic. I'm a scientist who likes it really cold. We're two different people. I'm a murderer. But yeah, so yeah, never mind. I think I take it back. I think it is really hard to find information of that particular Linda Chamberlain.
Yeah, AI is like mixing everything up. Like the searches now, it's like you look for something, it's like, or it comes up. It's like I was looking at something too where it said like the person I was looking at was
like a certain age, and then they were telling me they were 56, and it was telling me like 56. I'm like, no, they're like in their 60s. It's like, what? Why is that there? Like, what am I looking at? Like, it's really weird.
Here we go. But yeah, I'm surprised I forgot about this though. Uh, it's really, really strange. Like these are the occult type of people. It's like this is you just pass her by every single day. Every single day you walk by a Linda Chamberlain. She and her husband, who are in leagues with Jet Propulsion Laboratories, and which by the way, if you don't know who they are, they like do all the contracts with NASA. All their contracts are for NASA. And anyway, um, they're writing books, just in their free time about mind uploading and other transhuman adventures. It's like this lady, when you pass her on the bus, I'm sure you're just thinking, "Oh yeah, she's going home to write about transhuman adventures with her husband later tonight, and think about freezing my brain." It's just so strange. But let's see. She is born in 46. She's oh, why is my math failing me? It's just 78. Anyway, just for posterity. What was the name? Alcor Cryonics.
Oh, it's got that 65.
And cryo. That's
Oh,
interesting. Cryogenics 55 too. Interesting.
yep. The numbers never lie.
Gosh, she got Jesuit order with the 54 144. She's 78 now in 2025, or I don't, did it say her? Yeah, it didn't really say her month. Also, just, I don't know what this means. Why are so many people named Knee? Have you ever come across this? It's just
Neat.
all it's just like, yeah, this is like their pet name that they choose to, or it's not even their pet name, it's like their name, or like their, yeah, I think it's a kind of like a pet name, but this shows up all the time. Like if you think about like a old timey, like what you'd call your aunt back in the Wild West or something, like, come here, Nee. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but it has like an accent above it. It's like this is all over when you do research on like women. You'll start to see this all over the place. It'll like say their name and then like their other name. It's like, why do they have other names? That's my slave name.
Yeah.
This is Linda's slave name. Linda Lee Chamberlain. Anyway, we're way off the mark here. That's my bad. All I wanted to do was prove that it was, our name equals 72. Show that, search results really, they mess with your they mess with you.
Yeah, nothing like it was. I mean, like the internet, there used to be such great stuff on the internet you could find. It was so easy to like research stuff, look up stuff. Back in like 2016, 2017, and before that, 2012, YouTube was, great. Now it's like everything it's getting so weird with AI. It's so hard to, yeah, and you get different, like you'll type something and you'll get different, responses, different answers. It's weird now. And it's like, and they're changing things all the time. And it's just like, I don't know. It's like, it's getting like more confusing in my opinion, instead of like, you know what I mean? It's like getting harder to, so you have to, either know where to look, or you have to like kind of narrow it down. Now it's I don't know, it's just getting really strange, but I think, like I said, the 5G and the AI though in 2025, like I think that's such a
Yeah,
huge part of this. Um, I think that's a huge clue right there. I mean, because that's I mean, to me, it's like you look at like I said, the trajectory of everything right now. It's like people don't realize how much they're being spied on. They're being you know that they, like I said, they had their whole life planned for you. They've been planning your demise your whole life. Watching you, spying on you. Taking notes. Making moves, actions. And a lot of people don't even realize it or even catch it. Like I said, this stuff needs to just be more well known. It's got to be something that's and people it is becoming more well known, but it's happening more. I mean, it's like you look at how many people are getting just how bad everything is getting. It's getting bad on every level. There's never been more people get money stolen out of their bank like me. I mean, that's this huge thing going on. People getting their cars stolen, bullets flying through the windshield, people stealing your mail, people doing all kind of stuff. The world is, I think that's a big thing is the world is it's getting it's just so crazy. It's so crazy, and I think that that's what just they're getting to people. Um and I think the biggest thing too is if we have to get rid of money. If we get rid of money, and money's gone and it's no longer the thing, because that's the biggest things I see right now is the money, and just how crazy everything's getting, just how crazy they're making it. um and it's just like in the money system, where that's going, and we have to just get off the money, get away from the money. We have to, like I said, we got to stop the spraying. We got to stop this these weather weapons, these storms, whatever it is, uh even the poisons. We have to stop all that. um we just have to push back, and just certain areas really to make a big difference, in my opinion, going forwards. Because like if you don't stop these key things, it's like in the AI, I mean, the internet, in my opinion, from where it is right now, I mean, it seems like it's going away. I mean, it seems like it's on its way out.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
mean,
It's like,
I feel like
yeah,
we're like in the midst of that. Like we're in the midst of some kind of you know either end to it or reset of it, or just everything. In either way, I think, in my opinion, it's going to change. Like everything is like changing right now. Like I think the agenda that they've sped it up. Like it's sped up. Like it's in full effect. Like I couldn't even make a prediction right now. Like where I see us by April. To me, it's just like it's unfathomable. How much things I think are about to change or about to happen. Um, I don't know. I just think that people just, it's like we started saying tonight. People got to look at the sky. They have to look up. Um, I think that's the biggest thing. Pay attention to the stars. Pay attention to the sky. Watch the stars. Watch the you know whatever's going on. Watch the spraying. Just see how much is actually going on. I think people like don't even realize, like, or like point a lot of this stuff out, like we were saying, and that's what's got to change. Like, how is that not, how is the things we talked about tonight? How is that not mainstream right now? How's everyone not talking like, bro, you see those stars, man? They're like right there. They're like, you can touch them. It's like, and why are they following me? It's like, and why is it move? And why, and then they want to say, oh, I mean, everyone should like, this should be just like, everyone should be doing this. And like, I
mhm.
don't, this to me, like, this to me is the key to it all, because it's like if people don't even look at this, or won't even check this out or investigate this, then what are they going to investigate? What are they going to look at? I mean, you know there's so many things going on, but a star, this is basic knowledge. This is what we were taught from such a young age.
And again, like the surveillance, what the school system itself is a surveillance.
Hmm.
You that's why it's got the S in there. Um, the
It's a
big
prison
S.
simulator.
Yep. It's the big prison. I mean, they're just watching you, set the whole thing up, and they know they got you, and that's the whole point of the school system. It's just to get you. It's just take you under, and once they got you, a lot of people they're just going to be that you know schooly type of person. They're going to want to just go along with the agenda. I think I don't know. I think that's the biggest thing right now is we have to somehow find a way to make a comeback against these people, and just this is the stuff that has to change, or ain't nothing going to change if we don't you know make put an end to all the shenanigans here they're doing. I mean, it's one thing after another. It's like I said, can you imagine if the internet's gone? I mean, then what are people going to do? Boom, the internet's gone. It's like, well, now what are you going to do? You know, like I don't even think people are really thinking about that. But it's like I can't fathom the way things are now without the internet. It's like people without that. It's like they'd have to go back 30 years, and I don't think a lot of people could even handle 30 years ago anymore. I think that'd be too much for them. I think 30 years ago was like top of the mountain now. But
Hmm.
that's just how I see it.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and anybody that makes it this far, not saying commendable if you do. Um, I might put it in the description or maybe a first comment or pinned comment or something like that. But just the challenges out there. I mean, not your next clear night. Go and relax. Don't make it some like job. It should be soothing and relaxing to go look at the stars. It should be something that we all do more often. But have it in mind that you know be aware. Don't just go out there and fall asleep, but go out there and stare at the sky and just wait. It's gonna happen. We're not unless we are special. And in fact, that's what we'll say. We are special. You can't possibly see what we see, loser. So don't even try. Don't, it's like got a reverse psychology, these people. But no, seriously though, go check it out and for yourself. And that's the best advertisement. And just like you said, I completely agree. If you can't buy into something that's right in front of your face happening, then yeah, I can see why, the next level of things it would be a lot harder of a pill to swallow. But go outside, see the stars move, then ask yourself this question. Since when do the stars move? Where in my 13 years of school or any time after that, or Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of these agencies, when have they ever openly said, oh, yeah, the stars are up there moving? Oh, yeah, they're doing like crazy patterns and they're going back and forth and they're whizzing around. Where have you heard that? Who told it to you? Leave it in the comment section if your school happened to tell you about that. I would assume you went to school in like the middle of the earth, but okay. Which I don't know how they know about the stars down there, but yeah, I bet they know a lot more than we do about our system. But anyway, yeah,
Yeah, the ones that are right on top of your head, and they're like right behind you, and they follow you, and they're like 100 yards above your head, and they're just like right there, and they're really low, and they're not even up in the sky. I want to know where that's in the book too, because I always thought they were up in the sky and they were light years away,
fixed,
and
fixed,
now it's like 100 yards above my head, and it just disappears, and it lights up and
which
does
is
what it wants
also
to do.
interesting too, that the stars' positions don't change. They'll tell you it's because we're that far away, but at the same time, has anybody mathed out how fast we're moving according to them? And shouldn't we be getting closer to them? If we can see them now, and then they'll say, but it's like if I was coming up with an alibi as like a murderer and like I'm on trial, and it's like, well, we have you clocked at, you know, 80 miles an hour, and that math says that you're going to be at Lisa's house in 3 hours, and that gives you just enough time to blah 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 and to kill her and leave the scene. And then you're just all like, oh no, Lisa's house. I don't know about the exact. I have it in my head, but it's not coming out right. But they say, oh, the stars, they just go out. They just disappear, and it's like something that we can't track. But then the things they do know are just like insane that nobody could possibly know. Oh yeah, this bone's 58 trillion years old. I found a bone. Hey guys, I got a 58 trillion-year-old bone right here. Well, look. It's like, bro, if anything was 58 trillion years old, it would turn to dust if you just thought about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like things that are 10 years old fall apart. It's like, why would anyway? So yeah, it's just, it just seems like an alibi after an alibi after an alibi. It's like, why are we not, why are the stars not like this big in our sky? Aren't we way
Right.
closer to them now? How come we're never like passing by a star to where it's like this large, how is that possible? Of all the time we've been just not drifting in space. I know people like to say that, but according to academia, we are flying through space. We're
Yeah.
following the sun, going super fast. How come
Astronomical speeds.
Mhm. How come we never just see a star going by, like a large star? Are they like that big? That's not what they say either. These are large bodies out there. How come we never get close to them? It's, I'm going with their story. Okay, the planets we're not going to get close to because they're in an orbit that keeps them at mostly equidistant, oval shape orbit around all of these other things and blah blah blah. And this isn't some flat earth conspiracy either. I'm just talking about like where we're talking about the stars. So we branched off a bit. Challenges out there. Look up at night, pick a clear night, go out and have some fun with it. If you have a nice camera or a camera capable of taking like nighttime photos, because my phone isn't like the greatest, but I'm telling you, be prepared for it. I think it is something you can catch, and I'll do some effort. I'll make an effort to on a next nice clear night to go out there and do my due diligence of less than 10 minutes, and I'll try to get it on my Galaxy camera. I don't know if that'll work out, but um, just for some, anecdotal evidence as well. But don't take my word for it. Don't take our word for it. Go and look yourself. Don't expect, a gray alien to come down and tickle your penis or anything like that. But, there are star-like objects moving around constantly. This is not something that what we're talking about is complete confusion. How this cannot be mainstream. I do not know Austin like that. I've met him one time. We don't like hang out every day and talk. In fact, we barely one day we're going to, be a we're going to have more correspondence. I think that's a necessary thing. But as of right now, we're basically in our infancy of this channel and our concept for this channel. This isn't some like pre-thought out idea of ours to for I don't even know what the purpose of it would be, but go look out yourself. It won't hurt you. Go out there, spend, I would say give it a chance. Don't take my word for it and say, "Oh, 5 minutes, I'm going back inside." If nothing happens, I promise you, within a small amount of time, in comparison to the full day and a week and the rest of your life, not knowing and not seeing for yourself, go and do it yourself a favor and go see these stars moving, and then tell your neighbor and tell your friends and show your family and see what they feel. I got a kick out of it showing my son. First of all, and not to mention it's just like and my girlfriend. And it's not like my girlfriend doubted me or anything like that, but what's vindicating is it's like you're gonna get like pushback in their demeanor. It's like they might respect you and they might like believe you, but it's still you got to understand what you're telling them. This isn't normal and this isn't like every day. And like we said, it's not in any books. So you're gonna it's like, oh yeah, my dad Frank. Oh yeah, he's the one that found out about the moving stars. Oh sure. And then you go out there and look and it's like, oh shit, my dad Frank found out about the moving stars. That's how I felt. I was like, I am a nobody. How come I am the old I felt like I found it. Like, no, I've never it's like you'll feel like it, I'm telling you, the reward to the risk, go do it. I'll try to if I remember, I'll try to leave a pinned comment to further the idea. And but yeah, other than that, I think we all need to start, making, even if it's baby steps, just even if it's just leaning forward slightly, we need to start moving towards a goal that, if 15% of the world's populace were to, act on our doubt of our governments, you know how much of a ripple that would cause? Do you know how many people should be respecting their neighbor more than they respect their governing body? We need to start implementing what the things we want to see out in the world in our own little necks of the world, and stop expecting a large movement to pop out of thin air. And the day a large movement pops out of thin air, guys, let me tell you right now, don't march at the front of that movement. I won't be there. I'm not gonna be there. Hey, take my word for it. I mean, go ahead, do whatever you want to do. But the day the what do they call them? There's like the blue hats or whatever the hell they call it, the white hats, the white hats. The day the white hats finally come to save us all, with Trump and all the fun, the guys who just, once again, they wake up and they just like, how can we save humanity? I just love all the people I don't know so much. I can't wait to like fight dark systems of government, do all the wet works that nobody knows about or can give me any credit for. I just love doing that, just as a volunteer. And then, I can't wait for the day that we show ourselves and just like expect the whole world to get behind us. And, that's what, every day I wake up and I have, a picture of a kid on a school bus. It's not my kid. I don't have any kids, but I just want to save that kid. I just love everybody that doesn't know me. And I just want to do as much. No, stop the cat. Stop thinking that, there's organizations out there thinking that way. Do what you can in your own life. And and we all have a role in this if we're going to turn it around. And yeah, until then, look up at the stars. Stop looking at your phones. Your phones are looking at you, and God knows what they're doing on the other side of the screens.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that being said, I think that'll wrap up this episode. We've had I th- I think a pretty. I had fun. I mean, we covered a lot. It might be scattered, and that's just how these things go. But I think one thing did lead into another if you follow enough. And I don't think you can help but have your eyes opened to something that we've talked about at some point in the video, to where, you know please do go look into it. Look into your own town, look into your own, things that are at your fingertips, and start to unravel this world around you. And it'll be like looking at the stars. It'll only domino from there. You can't go and see the stars moving and just go back to life and just say, oh, that's cool, because the domino effect of what that means affects so many other things that have nothing to do with space. So
Yep. If the stars ain't right, nothing's right. That's the way I see it. I mean, if the stars are, if it's that crazy, it's really happening, and that's what it is. It's like I said. I mean, I just don't remember it when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I looked at the sky and the stars looked far away. I mean, like I said, it could have been doing that. Maybe I just wasn't, focused in enough or gazing enough. But maybe, but it absolutely is now, and it has been for a while since I've been watching. I mean, I've been looking at it for a long time, but um, yeah, I mean, it's nothing like what I remembered it being, but it's definitely, like I said,
you just got to stand completely still and you just go star to star. I mean, stand completely still, go to this star, that star, the closest star, the farthest star, and they're all going to do it. You'll see it. You'll just go one by one and they'll just do whatever they're going to do. And it's crazy. It's, it's like, like I said, they know you're watching them, or, what even are they? And, like I said, for those that, haven't seen like a star, like right above your head, or low ones to the ground that are out when it's not even, you know, dark out. It's not even, nighttime, and they're out and they're just hovering around like UFOs, or, people might think they're planes or helicopters, but no, they're like these just low stars that are just, you know, floating around. And sometimes they're low and they're just hanging out. Sometimes they're like 100 yards above your head. Sometimes there's like multiple of them in a pack. But you never know when you're going to see something like this. You just never know. So that's why you always gotta, have your head on a swivel and be looking around. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to see that night, but go figure. But I've seen stuff like that before. But I mean, this is stuff people just, you know, I just can't believe people. Like I said, if it's just something like the stars. I mean, like I said, if the stars ain't right, nothing's right. So if the stars are messed up and they're doing that, it's like, well, then everything's messed up, but then nothing makes sense. So it's like that's where you have to start. I think you have to just start with the fundamentals of life, because you have to ask the big questions. What even is this? What's even going on? What even are we? What are we even doing? You know, I think it has to start right there, because it's got to be something big, and I don't see it really being much bigger than that.
Completely agree. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice not seeing our potential as people, and our minds, and what we're truly capable, and what we're meant to do. And I think that's a different journey for everybody, but I think if we combine with a common goal, we can get a lot more people across the finish line, at a better position, for whatever's on the other side, if there is anything. And yeah, with that being said, I think we'll end it here. And I had a fun time, buddy, and I'll see you next week, and all of you.
Absolutely. Yep. Looking forward to it.
All right, later, y'all.
Peace.